Wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura? Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Hey, it's Big O. Protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday to you. Ira Winderman in Boston. Clay Ferraro here in Plantation as the Heat get set to take on the Boston Celtics tonight. And Ira, this is a little bit different feeling for a show than we've had over the first few months that we've done this program, I would say.
You know, it is and it isn't, because we've always seen this sort of blips along the way, Clay. It's not that unusual. And honestly, I'm glad we're joined today, you know, for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint after a win, because if it was 5 in a row, I mean, I can see why Big O's already blowing us off. I get that. He'd lose 4 of the last 5. He's like, guys, I'll be back when it's time to start the ride in the gravy train again. But you know what, Clay, I think it's important. If lessons are learned, if the Heat can gain something from that losing streak, I have no issue with it. And what we saw on Monday night at FTX Arena, I think you'd agree with this, Clay, was sort of game-changing, right? That the way they changed the rotation, they changed the lineup. I think we both had sort of one of those, whoa, what's going on here type of moments when the starting lineup was announced with Max Strus instead of Duncan Robinson. And all of a sudden, when the great Victor Oladipo and Markieff Morris comeback tours were put aside, so you know what? If it opens some eyes, perfect. And tonight, here in Boston, against the Celtics, is the perfect litmus test.
It's amazing to think back. I mean, the last time we did this show, we hadn't even had timeout gate yet. I mean, that's how long ago it was that we hadn't even seen that blow up in the huddle. So we're going to kind of go through the last week, and I want to spin this forward as well and kind of say, okay,
sure,
what have we learned over the last few weeks, and how does this now change, if it does, your feelings about what this team is going to end up doing in the playoffs? But hey, let's start off the top. After what we've seen, even with the Sacramento win the other night, Ira Winderman, are you hitting the panic button on this Miami Heat season?
I don't think I was hitting the panic button at all anyway, because I understand with veterans, you get the dog days of the season. With PJ Tucker at 36 and a Kyle Lowry at 36, I think they're at the point, okay, we're going to have home court in the first round of the playoffs. We know that it's going to get tougher from here. And I think there was sort of that natural letdown of we fought the good fight. And I told this to Big O when we did our Acura Pembroke Pines report on Monday. This has been a team all season that has been looking for its motivation and finding its motivation. We're shorthanded and we still win. You remember that, Clay. December and January, they were feeling themselves. We were climbing toward first place. We're going to get there. They got there to first place. And I think with the doubters along the way, you know, whether they were just contenders and nothing more. So when you achieve all your goals, when you prove people wrong, when you get to first place, when you overcome adversity, I think as the Heat stood on the top of the East, they said to themselves, mission accomplished. And I think there was a sense that for the regular season, maybe it was somewhat of a mission accomplished situation. So I think that's why it was important for them to sort of get this, I don't know if I say kick in the ass, but this little bit of a jolt. I think this could help. Dwayne Wade spoke about it last night on TNT in their pregame show, and the whole Jimmy Butler, Spoelstra, Udonis Haslem spat. Like, I've seen that on great teams. So now we wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I wasn't as bothered by what happened in the huddle because I feel like this is something that it gets overblown because it does happen a lot. Now, most of the time it does happen behind closed doors. You don't see it quite as publicly. And you know, look, it is jarring when you see people who are pulling towards the same goal going at each other that hard. It is jarring when you hear a coach say to his star player, what, do you want me to fight you? Which, if you read the lips and read some of the transcripts from people, you had all these professional lip readers. It is jarring, and you understand that. But you also understand that these are people that have a maniacal level of competitiveness, and it's what makes them great to start.
Right.
So that wasn't the big problem to me. It was what happened after that. And not so much the loss to Golden State, because, look, they came back and they won that game. And yet, they came back and they took the lead in that game, but they lost ultimately. But it was mostly what happened the next game. You go and you take on a bad Knicks team. You have a big lead. You blow that. So that malaise, that confrontation was supposed to break, you let set in again. It was taking on a Brooklyn Nets team that we had heard Eric Spoelstra after the loss against Philadelphia, for example. You have the game against Golden State, where Eric Spoelstra said, yeah, I'm not going to take anything away from them. I'm not going to take anything away from Philadelphia, because I think you may have asked the question about when you find out that Joel Embiid isn't playing and James Harden isn't playing, is there kind of that natural letdown factor? And he said, but yeah, the natural competitor, that natural competitor in you has to come out for the Brooklyn Nets. And you got absolutely waxed in that game. Understanding Spo wasn't out there, but talent took over. So my problem, Ira, wasn't that you had the confrontation. It's that it didn't seem to shake you up enough to just naturally go out there and break through the malaise that clearly you would hit at this point of the season, the dog days, as you put it.
Well, and here's the thing, though, is the one thing that sort of got to me through this whole thing was, and I know this is almost the worst condemnation you can offer, is how much does it mean to these guys? And I think right now the sense was from last week, the regular season only means so much. That it's interesting. the fan base celebrated when they moved into first place. Like, we're looking down on all you. Oh, so we're beaten hearted. Where were you guys? Celtics, where were you? Oh, the haughty Nets with Kyrie, even just at road games in Durant. We're looking down at you. And then I think the Heat took their foot off the gas pedal. So the question becomes, can you get that gas going again? Can you get back into fifth gear? And here's the problem for the Heat. I think Eric Spoelstra had enough doubts, and Clay, this is important. I think Eric Spoelstra felt the need that he had to shake things up. And the fact that Eric Spoelstra, sort of had to do that does make me pull back a little and does make me say, whoa. I thought if they are pros, they figure it out on their own. They don't need a kick in the ass. They don't need some sort of jump start. Who are you? What are you? And I think because of that, Eric Spoelstra came in. He missed the game on Saturday, family first. One of his sons had a procedure. He had to be away from the team, but he still took the time on Sunday to rethink everything. So that's the thing is, first place wasn't good enough because first place Eric Spoelstra said this. He said even before the losing streak, these were things that were seeping in. And Clay, how many times did the Heat win? And you and I would come on here every Wednesday and talk about, it was a little bit tenuous. That fourth quarter, not so good. And there were concerns about that. This is a dramatic shakeup. This is changing the starting lineup that Ira Winderman for months told Orlando Alzagari they would never do because of Duncan Robinson and what he meant to the starting lineup. This was you and I coming here every Wednesday talking about, wait till Victor Oladipo gets back. Wait till they have the secret weapon. Who can defend?
He's the big trade deadline acquisition. Yeah.
Right. They don't need to do anything. And, Markieff Morrison, he looked good in his first couple of games when he came back. But then you can see there were too many moving parts. And I've said this from the start. It is a wonderful concept to say that anyone and everyone can contribute. It is a great thing that you can look up and down the roster and saying, hey, we've got a bunch of contributors there. We can make it work. But eventually you have to find your core. You have to say, these 8 guys, these 9 guys are going to be the guys. And it really was interesting because Eric Spoelstra came in Monday before that game against the Kings at shoot-around, and he basically said, and Clay, to me, this is fascinating, to 8 or 9 guys, you, and you are the guys. And by default, you are not the guys anymore. And I'm really curious. I'm going to be heading to shoot around in a couple of minutes here after our show. And I'm really curious, how did that affect Vic? How did that affect Markieff? How did it affect Duncan to a degree? What happens when Caleb comes back tonight? Anthony Chang in the Miami Herald noted this will be the first time, possibly if Caleb Martin is back, all 15 players on the standard roster will be available. Clay Ferraro, I posit this to you. Is that necessarily a good thing and the good thing we thought it would be all season?
It is if you're willing to make the tough decision that Eric Spoelstra made the other day. It is not if you feel like this is your youth league team and everybody gets to play. And so I think and again, maybe that's the silver lining in this, the blessing in this. And you and I talked about this for a while, that Eric Spoelstra was going to go into the lab between that last regular season game and game 1 of the playoffs where you had that extended period of time and kind of tinker and see, okay, what do I need to do to make this team the best possible team that it can be? It almost felt like he sped up that process, that after what he had seen in the regular, that maybe some of the things that he was thinking about potentially, and that doesn't mean that he's not going to make more changes in between game 82 and game 1 of the playoffs, but I do think that he kind of sped that up. So
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I saw the crying here at the bottom, whether it's panic time. So let me ask you this, Clay. Was it panic time? In other words, we all went through Monday thinking everything's copacetic, right? Until we saw the lineup and saw the rotation change. Do you think what Eric Spoelstra did signaled a panic or signaled common sense or somewhere on the line? In other words, over here, let me get in the frame here. Over here is panic and over here is common sense. Do you think it's one or the other, or do you think it's somewhere in between when you saw that amount of dramatic shifts?
I think it's a healthy panic. And I don't panic. It's weird because like you use that word because frankly, it's because the word that I sent for us to use this morning. But I think it's one of those where you basically looked at this and said, this is not working. And look, I say it's a healthy panic because you recognize that, oh, let's just work through this with the guys we have and see what happens on the other side, it wasn't going to cut it. And you're also flirting with that dangerous position where, look, you don't want to end up where you're like having to win a game to avoid the 2 seed, right?
Right.
And you don't necessarily want to drop all the way to 4 and then like put your fate in the hands of going and playing the 1 seed potentially in the second round of the playoffs. And you don't want to just rely on those few days leading up to game 1 of the playoffs. So I would say it is a healthy level of panic that you clearly looked at this and you said, what we are doing is not working. So to me, panic isn't necessarily like you start running around like the SpongeBob SquarePants gifs that you see on Twitter, everybody like waving their hands and stuff. It's this isn't working and we need to fix it. We need to do something immediately drastic to make sure that this doesn't keep happening. And I feel like that's exactly what we saw. So moving forward, Ira, and we're going to talk about the Duncan Robinson benching because that's what it was. It was a demotion. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But I saw something with this team, and in particular after the Wednesday night loss to Golden State where you had that blow up, and it was something really interesting to me. Take me to your leader. Who is the leader of this Miami Heat team? I think we know who it is supposed to be, but I think we're starting to see a little bit of a shift in who may be the leader of this team. But I want to get your take, and then I'll give mine.
You know, I think it was supposed to be Jimmy Butler, but Jimmy Butler can be so wildly erratic, and I don't want to say into himself, but gets caught in his feelings. And he gets so into his feelings that I think he sort of goes to the side a little. I would have thought a little more it would have been Kyle Lowry, because that's what he was brought in for. When you bring in a player who's 35 when you sign him to a 3-year, $85 million contract, you damn well better be banking on that veteran experience, or else why did you sign the oldest free agent basically out there on the market? I see some of Bam Adebayo, and I think he can get emotional at times, but I think he's still sort of playing the young guy role in trying to fit in a little bit. I think it has to be Kyle Lowry, because I think Jimmy is too emotional and honestly too off on his own at times for him to be the leader. So maybe what we've really hit after all of this is Kyle Lowry time, that his time is now. We saw what he did in 2019 with the Toronto Raptors. Yes, that was Kawhi Leonard's team. But you know what? Matter of fact, that's the perfect example. The 2019 Toronto Raptors NBA championship team was Kawhi Leonard's team. But Kawhi is a quiet, soft-spoken, almost the anti-Jimmy Butler. Jimmy's over here. He's way too emotional. You know, you have someone like Kawhi who's down here who you barely can hear his voice, and when he laughs, it's kind of creepy. But at least, you know, you sort of know that you need someone else. I think that's what Kyle Lowry is. And I think he's the guy who's going to have to settle this team right now. Hopefully he's done with his personal issues and can be with the team full-time. We still don't know that for sure. But I think it has to be Kyle. And Kyle was almost sort of the half and half, the creamer that was brought in to sort of smooth over Jimmy Butler's rough edges, because we've seen it go to crap with Jimmy with Fred Hoiberg in Chicago. We've seen it get ugly with that practice session in Minnesota, and even with his beloved Tom Thibodeau turn sideways there. And we saw in Philadelphia where he clearly wanted to get out of there when he joined the Heat in free agency in 2019. So long-winded, but I guess I would say it would have to be Kyle, because I don't know who else it would be.
So let me tell you why it's Kyle. And this was fascinating to me. I'm not giving away company secrets here because Eric Reed mentioned it on the broadcast the other night. Kyle Lowry does not talk to the media. Kyle Lowry, and what he said during the broadcast was, he said, look, Kyle talks all the time on the floor. He doesn't talk very much to the media. He hadn't up until last week. And it wasn't something where he's rude. He just doesn't seem to have much use for it when you're talking about just the day-to-day, asking the same silly questions over and he just doesn't have much use for it. After that incident on Wednesday, and I know you were there, Ira, and I think we all sit there and we wait and we're like, who are we going to hear from about this? Who is the first person who's going to step up? And normally it's Eric Spoelstra, who's the first person that goes up to the microphone and starts talking about what happened in the game and what happened in the fourth quarter. After we had rarely heard from Kyle Lowry all season, Kyle Lowry was the first one to walk up, grab the microphone and answer the tough questions about what happened in that huddle. And he wasn't even involved in it, but he was the first. He recognized in that moment, this team needs somebody to step up. And I'm not trying to make too much of that one moment, but I do feel like it was interesting that he was the first one to go up there, even ahead of Eric Spoelstra. And we didn't hear from Jimmy Butler about this until what, Monday night after the Kings game?
Yeah, and finally when ESPN asked about it, because they're carrying tonight's game against the Celtics, so they want to get more into it. The one thing I'll say is this, is I think a little bit of that was logistics. I think Eric Spoelstra realized he needed to cool off a little bit. That 10 minutes wasn't enough time for him to go from humbling loss to the media and be himself. So the timing was, God wanted to get the hell out of there. I'll sort of take people into how the sauce is made. After about 6 minutes to go in each game, the traveling media for the Heat or send a text from the Heat, who would you like to talk to? And we list our names. And in that game, we listed Kyle, we listed Jimmy, and we listed Udonis. It made sense. You wanted to hear the protagonist of the fight. But we also wanted to hear from sort of that veteran leadership voice. And I do disagree with Eric Reed to an extent from this. Kyle has mostly during the regular season made himself available when we requested him.
And let me I shouldn't have put it in those terms. What he said was the context of it, before I know we love aggregation, right? But the context of it was Kyle was like talking nonstop on the floor because he always does.
Yes.
Right. And it was one of those where he was yelling at the referee,
Sure.
he was yelling at teammates. And what Eric Reed said was, hey, Kyle may not talk much off the floor. He may not talk much, when it comes to interviews and such. But on the floor, he doesn't stop talking. It was a compliment.
And
it was more in those contexts.
And he doesn't suffer fools. So your other point was valid and was cogent.
Yes.
If you're going to do the typical post-game presser with Kyle, what happened on this play? Why did you do that? Yes. He was like, because I'm a basketball player, and we did that. Or without condescending, because I know what we were trying to do, and you don't, because you weren't in our huddle, you weren't in our shoot-around, you weren't in our practice, that he doesn't suffer. But ask him to do the inhale and take in a question and break it down to something he knows how to do.
Yes.
He was spectacular on Wednesday after that game.
Fantastic.
I agree. He told us what it meant. It was very good also. PJ Tucker came out. Basically, the Heat hand selected.
Did something happen here?
Yes, and he's like, look at me in the picture. I'm laughing. I've seen it. This ain't no big deal, and I don't want to get my hands dirty and get involved. And he was so honest about it. So what we got is the really strong voices of the team. That's the thing, though. Jimmy will be Jimmy. Jimmy will be emotional. His emotion in 2020 carried this team within 2 games of a championship. But his emotion also can be toxic. And that's what you have to worry about from the other end. And that's what we're going to see going forward. Was that exactly what we needed? That pressure valve opening and all the steam coming out and Jimmy's frustrations with Spo and Udonis and the way things are going and the losing. If that's the case, Clay, that was a wonderful moment. But if that was the first of many, then that's a concern. And so you see people, well, look, you've seen this, Clay. We've seen this all over, in social media, that he needs to get rid of Jimmy, that Jimmy outlasts his welcome everywhere, that after 3 years or so, it's tough to stay with Jimmy because of his emotional swings. Well, now we'll see what Jimmy's made of also. And if that's just a moment in time when we do the championship parade and you're sitting there with Will Manso on one of the floats riding down Biscayne and you're talking to Will and saying, hey, that Jimmy Butler moment against Golden State is when everything turned. God bless the Heat, and that's what Dwayne Wade said last night on TNT. But if we're not just talking about that moment, and we're saying, Ira, what about that blow up in the first round against Chicago with Jimmy? Was that toxic? What happened when you lost it in the second round and they went down to the Bucks and were swept out again? Is that the end of Jimmy? If this is one moment in time, Clay Ferraro, I'm all for it. It's going to be in your book when you try to outsell me after the championship, and I'm fine with that. But if there's more of them, there won't be a championship.
So, and we're up against a break, but I'm not just trying to make a lot of what happened after the game, and I'm not trying to make us self-important as far as who talks to the media. This is more about Kyle Lowry doing something that he normally hadn't done when it comes to, hey, jumping up and being the first. And I get what you're saying as far as the logistics of it, but you mentioned that you requested 3 players. Right. Kyle Lowry, Jimmy Butler, Udonis Haslem. Who's the only one out of those 3 who talked? And look, Udonis Haslem, it gives us time of any time you ask for Udonis Haslem, he talked. You can understand why that night he he was not in the mindset to do it. He was not in the frame of mind to come and have a lose. You can completely understand that. I feel like this is kind of a shift where we're going back to what Kyle Lowry told us in the very first Q&A that we had with him when he joined the Miami Heat. He said, look, I understand what Jimmy Butler is like. Sometimes it's my job to go there and kind of be the good cop. It's my job to kind of stand up and say, okay, if Jimmy's yelling at somebody, I can pull that player, or in this case, maybe that coach, aside and say, look, this is, everybody's heated right now. This is what we're pushing towards. Let me put in a nicer way what Jimmy Butler just screamed at you with a few expletives so that we can kind of get to where we're trying to get. All right, coming up after the break, I want to talk about this rotation stuff. Duncan Robinson demoted. What does this mean for the rest of the regular season, but also as we head towards the playoffs? That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back, everybody. Inside the Paint rolling on this Wednesday morning as the Heat get ready to take on the Boston Celtics tonight. Ira Winderman in Boston getting set for shoot-around ahead of that game. And make sure to ask your questions, your comments in the chats. We're going to get to them in the next segment of the show. David, your question about tonight's game, I think it's a good one. We're going to get to that. And please make sure to hit the like button for us. That always does us a big favor, and we appreciate it. Okay. The big story, other than the altercation timeout game, Duncan Robinson demoted. Duncan Robinson taken out of the starting lineup the other night. And it wasn't just Duncan Robinson who was demoted. You had, as you mentioned, Victor Oladipo and Markieff Morris effectively pushed to the bottom or out of that rotation, which could potentially be a signal of what might happen come playoff time. Ira, how big of a deal was this to you? How surprised were you? And do you think this is more than just a one-off?
Well, I think our problem right here is that Eric Spoelstra, usually before he goes to shoot around or before he goes to practice, does check out the Sloman's home security inside the paint show. So I want to make this clear. Clay writes the little icons that come across on the bottom. So it's his choice of the word demoted. I guarantee you, Clay, seriously, if you were to show up and shoot around in about an hour or so and ask Eric Spoelstra using your phrasing about
the word demoted.
I'd like to ask you about Duncan's demotion. Oh my God. I'm like, I'd be doing like my Michael Jackson moonwalk and walking back out of there, because I am sure he would vigorously tell you, based on what he told us post-game also, he needed to reconfigure. He needed to get different combinations. He needed to get Duncan out there to open the floor for Jimmy when he comes back in and for Tyler Hero, and that this was about spacing. So I would say Duncan Robinson has been reconfigured. I agree with you, Clay. I was very curious when Max Strus started, and I talked to Anthony Chang at the Herald about this courtside, would Duncan play in that game? That would have been a demotion. That was not the case. I do agree with your second take here that Victor Oladipo and Markieff Morris clearly were demoted because they didn't play. They were demoted out of the rotation. So my question tonight is, and I think this will be interesting here in Boston against the Celtics, we know the starting lineup, at least based on what happened Monday. You're looking at Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Max Strus, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry. We know now that the first two off the bench, as we thought they would be all along, were going to be Tyler Hero as sixth man, followed by Dwayne Dedmon. Then on the game Monday, we saw Gabe Vincent, who helped again, and we saw Duncan Robinson. So, Clay, knowing, and I think we all accept that Eric Spoelstra is a 9-man rotation coach, you would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That he's shown all year 9's the number. Caleb Martin should be back today. This is when it gets interesting to me for Duncan Robinson. So with Caleb Martin back, does he play ahead of Duncan Robinson? When that second wave of substitution comes in and they announce now entering for the Heat, Tyler Hero, now entering for the Heat, Duncan Robinson, now entering for the Heat, I'll be curious. Because now you have 3 divided by 2. You have Duncan Robinson, you have Gabe Vincent, who helps, and you have Caleb Martin. Tonight might be a better night where all of a sudden the cry on there of Duncan Robinson demoted might ring true. It didn't on Monday. I'm curious about that. To me, the shock waves right now are the Oladipo and Markieff Morris. And if they don't play again tonight, and if they don't play again in Chicago on Saturday, then you'd have to say to yourself, hey, you fought the damn good fight rehabbing, guys, but the train is left. Tonight, to me, is Duncan Robinson night. I'm curious, Clay. So the Heat, let's just say typical game. They go through their cycle, and Tyler Hero comes in first, possibly say for Jimmy Butler because they're cycling him back in quicker. Then Dwayne Dedmon comes in for Bam Adebayo. When Max Strus checks out the first time, let's say that's the third substitution, who do you expect to be that sub in for Max Strus?
I mean, assuming Caleb Martin is healthy, I think it depends on who's on the floor for Boston, by the way, because I think you don't want to have a situation where you're bringing in Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero, and it's really easy for Boston to find a way to ISO Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum on one of those guys on any given possession, or one of either one of them. I mean, you're putting yourself in an awkward spot.
Well, I want to see. That's one of the first things. That's one of the first things I texted. I tweeted out and actually blocked someone when I tweeted out when Duncan came in. Can this really work? Can you play extended minutes with the defense of Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson on the court at the same time? And someone tweeted back at me, do you actually watch the games, Ira? And then I blocked him, and we moved on from there. But that was my question also, Clay, is defensively, if you wind up in a situation where you have a team with Tyler Hero-like sixth man quality off the bench, you don't want to put yourself in a pickle. So I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No.
But I think that's a factor, the defensive end also. But
it's enormous. It's enormous. Ira, and to me, that's look. I'll die on this hill. It was a demotion. I'm sorry, and this is that's my opinion. I'll freely admit that. Okay. But it's
it's him.
It's me. It's this guy. This guy. I came up with this. This was me. This word right here. That's me. But we've said all year, Ira, look, the starting lineup doesn't matter as much. It's who closes, right? And I do still feel that way. And yet I need to see a game where late in the fourth quarter of a game where you're playing Duncan Robinson ahead of anybody that it would normally be playing in those 5. And I'm not talking about a possession for possession game where you're down by 3 points and you clearly need somebody to shoot a 3-pointer, right? I'm talking about man, when you're going, a guy has to play both offensively and defensively, and you're going to have to choose between Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero. You're not going to have both of them on the floor at the end of games. So if Duncan Robinson's not playing at the end and he's not playing at the beginning, then you're running out of places to play. So that's where I'm going to push back on the idea that this wasn't a demotion, because you have somebody who those starting minutes, and you've mentioned the Luke Babbitt role quite a bit, where those starting minutes were really the only minutes in the first quarter, third quarter that he was guaranteed to play. Now, you would have the rotational stuff and you would come back in, but if you can't play him at the beginning and you can't play him at the end, when are you going to play him? So, and let me take this a step further, Ira, to your point about Caleb Martin coming back. You asked me a couple of weeks ago when everybody was healthy, when this team was whole, and we were talking about the potential of moving somebody into that starting lineup if you were going to take Duncan Robinson out. You asked me who it would be. I didn't say Max Strus. My answer was Caleb Martin, and it remains Caleb Martin when he is healthy. And especially when you're talking about matchups and you're getting into the playoffs, and if you take on a team, Max Strus is a step up from Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero defensively. He ain't Caleb Martin defensively. And if you feel like, especially early in games, you need somebody who's a quintessential 3-and-D guy, and look, we know Caleb Martin he's not the three-point shooter that those guys are, but he can, if you leave him alone, hit those shots enough to open up the lane for I want somebody who can guard Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and I'm not pressing the panic button on that possession and like trying to call a defensive timeout, which isn't even allowed, or like trying to take a foul away from the ball to make sure that Tatum or Brown don't get eyes, or Derek White for that matter. I mean, those are the types of players that you're having to worry about now. So I'll die on that hill, Ira. I think it's a demotion. I want to see if it's permanent. My sense is that it is. And Duncan's going to have to find the way in each individual game to play his way into getting minutes later on in each game, as opposed to having those pre-set aside minutes early in the first quarter and the third quarter.
And again, Big O was asking me this Monday in our Acura Pembroke Pines report, is this sort of going to hurt the Heat if they're trying to trade Duncan Robinson and lose that salary in the offseason? And my answer to him then, and I'll answer it the same way now, is you worry about that stuff later. Right. This is the moment. Maybe if there wasn't last week in the 4-game losing streak, you could say, okay, we'll try to sort of get the best of both worlds, showcase guys, and also go for a championship. They're going to live in the moment. The Wizards benched Davis Bertans, and he still became a valuable component in a trade when Washington went ahead and made their trade with San Antonio. You can still make a move. You can still do something like that. So my thought is this. My thought is right now, I'm sorry, with Dallas, my thought is right now, in the moment, you worry about winning now. If you're hurting feelings, well, guys, get out of your feelings. It's all about a championship. But it really is a fascinating turn of events, because as effusive as I was to a degree here on the Big O show, Eric Spoelstra was nonstop about how Duncan Robinson does things that you, I guess for lack of word, morons just don't understand. And he kept telling us, and there was spacing and unique offense and everything. And then boom. And how interesting was it when they made that move? Everyone who came through that media room you spoke about in our first segment said, yeah, this helped. This helped the spacing. This made us better. Now it was against the Kings. That's why I want to see.
The De'Aaron Fox-less King. Yeah. Yes, for sure.
Is this Eric Spoelstra genius just a matter of it's something that works against the Sacramento Kings, who were shorthanded without Rashawn Holmes, without Domantas Sabonis, without De'Aaron Fox, or is it something that endures? Because again, we really haven't even gotten into the upcoming schedule, but this is another hell week for the Heat.
Yep.
The Heat, when they were right in their first hell week, exam week, whatever you wanted to call it, and they went and they beat Philadelphia, and they played the game against Chicago, and they beat Chicago, and they beat Brooklyn. They lost by 1 point to Milwaukee. All was good. That worked. They were geniuses. You weren't changing anything. Well, now we'll see the genius of this, because it is Boston tonight. It is Chicago on Saturday. It is Toronto on Sunday. So now we'll see if this works as well. Or if when I'm back with you next week after one more game against Charlotte also, you say, wow, Eric Spoelstra really screwed that up. He tried to do too much. I don't know if this works. I thought the players were overly effusive after the game on Monday, considering who the opponent was. Now we'll see if this truly is genius or desperation.
And Ira, you've been in this long enough, and the more I'm in this, I tend to grasp this idea that there is so much that we don't get. There is so much that we don't understand. We're not in their meetings. We're not watching film in a way that they watch film and break it down. We don't know. Football, for example. Pro Football Focus trying to break down whether an offensive lineman does something right is just the most absurd thing in the world because they don't know what's it. They have no way of knowing. We don't know. What I do know is that actions speak a lot louder than words. And so when Eric Spoelstra comes in and he's telling us this, that Duncan Robinson opens the floor in a way that you can't understand, and blah, I am perfectly willing to accept that. And that's why you and I are perfectly willing to come out here and say, look, we don't see this change happening because of what Spo has told us. There are certain things about that offense, and the actions follow the words. Well, now look where the actions are. And that means a lot to me. And obviously it was just one game for now. We'll see if they do the same thing tonight. We'll see if this is a permanent thing as we get to the regular season, as the rest of the regular season rolls on, and then also as the playoffs come up on us. But actions speak a lot louder than words, and I thought it was enormous. Dola asked this question, and it takes us directly into our next topic. On the rebound, we can talk about everything that's gone wrong for the Miami Heat. We can talk about, in particular, these last 4 games. We can talk about how the offense looks disjointed. We can talk about a lot of stuff. I got to give Cooper Moorhead from Heat.com a ton of credit. He pointed out something that was fascinating to me. He said, look, we can talk about the shooting. We can talk about all this. The big difference between the Heat's offense in the first half of the season versus the second half of the season, shooting's pretty similar. Pre-All-Star break, the Miami Heat's offensive rebounding percentage, 29.5%, 5th in the league. Post-All-Star break, the Miami Heat's offensive rebounding percentage, 22.3%, 30th in the league. They dropped from 5th to 30th in offensive rebounding percentage. And the defensive rebounding hadn't been much better over the last week. You took on a Philadelphia 76ers team last week that was the worst offensive rebounding team in the entire NBA. They out-rebounded you on the offensive glass 11-4. You got out-rebounded in that game 45-34. You got out-rebounded against Golden State 45-34. You took on the Knicks, offensive rebounding 17-8. You took on Brooklyn, offensive rebounding 11-6. The Heat aren't getting these extra possessions. So, Ira, how do you fix that? And what Cooper said, which was interesting, is that the 2 guys whose numbers have gone down the most, Bam Adebayo and Dwayne Dedmon. Now, with Dedmon, the playing time's been a little more spotty, so you can kind of understand that. With Bam, I almost feel like it's because they've been relying on him a bit more offensively to be a bit more aggressive. So I'm throwing all this out there because I want to know how you fix this, because rebounding is clearly a problem with this team. Is it a fatal flaw? How do you fix it as you get to the games that really matter in this season?
I would say energy, energy, energy. And there's one guy in particular, I know we always hate when we put each other on the spot, but I'm going to do it. The quintessential view of a Heat player flying in for an offensive rebound and doing something dramatic is who?
Caleb Martin.
Okay, boom. I'm glad we didn't have to script this out. It's Caleb Martin. Caleb Martin has been dealing recently with an Achilles, with a hyperextended knee, and now he came back and he had the calf contusion. If Caleb Martin, one, is not going to be on the floor or not be healthy, you lose that dynamic thing that you saw Philadelphia and the Knicks and their dynamic athletes do. You need Caleb Martin. Again, that goes back to our previous
let me cut you off real quick, because I think you're hitting on something really interesting here, because I think the fans' point of view on this, and you get it a lot, Ira, is we don't have enough size. We don't have enough size. We need to play bigger. We need to go bigger. You need to play Dwayne Dedmon a lot more with Bam. That's how you fix the rebounding problem. That doesn't seem to be what you're saying. So take that point a step further. Yeah,
energy. Yeah. To me, it's all about energy, especially offensive rebounds, about energy. So he's a number 1 energy player, Caleb Martin. He tops the energy. This week's Heat energy ratings are led by Caleb Martin. Number 2 guy, I think, is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
When Jimmy is angry and aggressive and mixing it up, he becomes a factor. But what have we seen with Jimmy Butler on the injury report recently? The sore toe, the bad ankle that forced him to miss the game. He's not himself. What the Heat need is they're not going to grow. And people, I know what you're going to say. I can imagine what's on the chat right now. Omer Yurtseven is not coming to the rescue. He's simply not a playoff-ready player right now. You need your energy, guys. So I will say this. If Jimmy Butler's not energized, if Caleb Martin can't be energized, you lose that. That's how the Heat made up the difference. They made up the difference early in the season with their energy. Their energy has been lacking. You know what? Energy lacks around game 70, 75, game 80. We'll see if they can resurrect that. That's why Eric Spoelstra's had this push-pull. Do I rest people and get them ready for the playoffs? Or do I win the games now I didn't think I would have to win? We're going to see how that plays out now. Caleb Martin's coming back now from the calf bruise. Do you over-push him and all of a sudden lose him in the playoffs? Or do you say we have to have that energy? The Heat will make up for their rebounding deficiencies with energy. They can't stretch their players. They're not going to play Omer Yurtseven. So I think that's what it has to be, Clay.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about this stretch that's coming up. Is tonight's game the biggest game of the season for the Miami Heat? That and a lot more coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it can save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to home stretch here on Inside the Paint. Ira, let's get right to it. Is tonight's game against the Celtics in Boston, where you are, the biggest game of the Miami Heat season?
To this stage, I would say yes. I mean, obviously, there could be other playoff seeding games the last week of the season that determine whether they're 1 or whether they're 4. But I think you lose today and Sacramento on Monday gets forgotten. Instead, we're talking about the Miami Heat have lost 5 of their last 6 games. They're going into a back-to-back in Chicago and Toronto. So I think tonight's the night you need to validate Monday. The fact that the Celtics don't have Robert Williams, who's sort of been the key to the turnaround of their season defensively, I think is a factor also. And it also is a measuring stick of where you are against the elite in the East. This is your last game of the season against the other top 3 teams in the East. In some order, Miami, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Boston will be top 4. So this is the last measuring stick until you get to the first round and maybe even the second round of the playoffs against an elite level NBA team. Yes, it's a road game. You had last night's night off. It shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I don't want to say it's huge because I'm not so sure seeding wise that finishing 2, 3, or 4 is any worse. It might be even better than finishing number 1. But I think you need to regain your footing. As a matter of fact, if you win this game and you go into Chicago and you win on Saturday, it doesn't really matter as much Toronto or going forward. One other factor here, Clay, that we've been downplaying to this point, the Heat are tied season series 2-2 with Philadelphia, 2-2 with Milwaukee. So
and they got the Eastern Conference tiebreaker.
The Heat's conference record will carry them. That conference record leads now to 1 game because we didn't see them losing to the Knicks last week because they had conference loss last week also to Philadelphia. So all of a sudden, these Eastern Conference games, and they close with nothing now but Eastern Conference games. You have the Celtics tonight. You have Chicago on Saturday. You have Toronto Monday. Next week at home, you have Charlotte, Atlanta. You finish in Orlando. These conference games almost count double because of the tiebreakers, because of the possibilities of how it winds up. This is, I think, it's going to be seeding going to the final weekend. I would not be surprised, Clay, if you could finish 1st or 4th, even going into the final 2 days of the season on April 9th and April 10th, for all of those reasons, conference, regaining your footing, playing, showing what you can do against Boston. Yeah, this is more than 1 of 82. And I think if the Heat don't have an edge tonight to them, then they're not going to have it any other game the rest of the regular season. And that will be our signal. They've taken the foot off the gas pedal, that they just, I don't want to say don't care, that's too harsh for pros, but that they just believe there is something more important down the road. I think the Heat's intensity factor, almost as much as the final score, will be meaningful tonight here in Boston.
Yeah, and it's such a dangerous game with the foot on the gas pedal, off the gas pedal, and that because I don't know that this team has a switch that they can flip. Right? I think they felt last year like they did, and I know coaches hate this when you compare one year's team to the previous year's team because it's a much different group of guys, and you've added Kyle Lowry and PJ Tucker and players who clearly have that playoff experience and have been on teams that have taken it to another level. But last year, all we heard all year was that we can do this, we can flip a switch, we could do that. And then they go against Milwaukee, and Jimmy Butler shoots 29%, and they get blown out of the gym. So I need to see with this team that in a game that could potentially determine seeding once again, much like last year's game against the Atlanta Hawks, you need to step up. You need to show me that during the regular season, you do have a switch that you can flip for a game that matters, that is possibly the most important game of the regular season. Now, with that said, you went into Boston last year, and I'm doing the last year, this year thing again.
You're right.
And you won a similar game like that. You went into Boston, you won, and Jimmy Butler got hurt in that game, but you did win. You did find a way to come out with a victory. This is a different Boston team that, despite the Rob Williams injury, is ascending. And they seem to be finding, especially with the addition, of Derek White, they seem to be finding a new ceiling. So you need to prove against a team that a lot of people are starting to point to as the biggest challenger to the Brooklyn Nets in the East. People seem to be magically forgetting about Milwaukee. One of the biggest challengers to the Brooklyn Nets in the Eastern Conference. You need to prove that you can go toe-to-toe with them in their gym when they've been playing at a high level. And I need to see them win this game tonight because, to your point, Monday night, if you lose tonight, then the shakeup that you had Monday night, that seems to have re-energized. It was just a one-off win against a, don't call it tanking, but tanking Sacramento Kings team that was missing arguably their 2 best players. And now you go on there and you play a team that's at the caliber of the games that you're going to want to win, and you can't get it done. I need to see this, Ira, tonight. I don't want to be the media guy who's making too much out of a regular season game, but to me, this is important. This is bigger. I need to see, and even if the final score, even if you lose by 1 or whatever, nobody wants to hear this. I need to see this team go in there and fight. I need to see this team go in there and show like it means something.
You know, it's interesting. You referenced last year, and I was thinking about that coming back here to Boston, is the Heat played Boston the end of the season. If they didn't win, they would have fallen to the play-in. People forget that. It was an absolute desperation. Seeding mattered. And I don't know if you have a cry-on for this or not, but the question this year is, does seeding matter as much? We know the Heat are going to be top 4 in some order. Might you be better off picking your poison and picking the preferred matchup to get to that grueling second round versus winding up with a Brooklyn with Kyrie and with KD. So it gets interesting. So I said this when we were sort of preparing for the game the other day. Thank you. Perfect cryon switch there. I was saying this coming into the game, as it says in our lower third here, does seeding matter as much? Clay, I'm not so sure. I wouldn't rather be in the 4 seed and play Chicago in the first round than be in the 1, 2, or maybe 3 and wind up with Brooklyn. So I think it could get a little interesting at the end. Last year, there's no question, you don't want to be in the play-in. You lose 1 game or 2 games and your season's over. It's a really, really rough path to sort of have to chart. Even the Nets are going to find that out this time around. But you wind up as 1 or 2, and you have a really good shot of winding up against the Nets. It looks like 2 will be the bad spot when you'll face Brooklyn. Clay, that game on Saturday was eye-opening. And Brooklyn did that to you on your floor. And now they have Kyrie back on their floor. And I know they struggled their game after against Charlotte. And I know they struggled last night against Detroit. But the one thing about playing Brooklyn is this. They will score. And they will score a lot. And you can talk about your defense all you want, but can this Heat team score enough points to compete with the Brooklyn Nets? And I don't know if they can. And that goes back to the start of the show today, when you talk about combinations and generating the right looks and all that. I don't know if the Heat in the playoffs can be a 120-point team. And I think that's the team you need to beat Brooklyn. So yeah, seeding matters, but a top seed might not matter as much.
Can I tell you the thing about that game, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the program. I wasn't surprised that Brooklyn was scoring. I was surprised that they were out rebounding Miami, especially offensively, that they were out rebounding them on the offensive end of the floor. Look, they're going to score, but man, you got to be ready to go get the ball when they don't. And so anyway, not to go back to what we were talking about earlier in the show, but it was a new layer of problems that you might have if you take on Brooklyn. And
this also goes back to what we spoke about in our second segment when people listen to the podcast later today, and it's the rebounding you mentioned. So let's compare the Heat and Nets for a second. I think these answers are clear cut, and Clay, if you disagree, I'm going to come through the screen and grab you. Who's the better player, Kevin Durant or Jimmy Butler?
KD.
Who's the better player, Kyrie Irving or Kyle Lowry?
Kyrie.
Okay. So Bam Adebayo damn well better be the better player than Andre Drummond. Clay Ferraro on Saturday night, FTX Arena, who was the better player between the two of them?
Yeah, it was Drummond.
If Andre Drummond is going to be the better player in that matchup, you are totally freaking screwed. So that's what makes the matchup so challenging is Kevin Durant's going to outscore Jimmy. That's how Kevin Durant plays. Kyrie Irving could turn it on more than Kyle Lowry. That might just be an age factor, but that's another factor in play. Bam needs to be great. And Bam needs to be aggressive. And Bam needs to be the monster on the boards. Because if Andre Drummond's going to be running the fast break and flashing the Tyreek sort of, sign on the layup there, yeah.
That you got to remember that. I mean, that's something you got to store that in the memory bank.
Eric Spoelstra's showing that pregame video anytime you face Brooklyn, but that's my concern there. So when you and I were talking about most important Heat player and Heat leader and all of that, Bam has a real stake in these playoffs also. You can tell me all season why you should be DPOY. I should be DPOY. Yeah. Well, screw the postseason awards. Be DPOY of the playoffs and be the max extension player of the playoffs. Everything to now doesn't count. You make your name in the NBA playoffs. In the 2020 playoffs, let's be honest, when we came to making names, Bam had a moment. His moment on his block shot against Jason Tatum might have been the most iconic moment of those playoffs. But it was Jimmy Butler and it was Tyler Hero who honestly carried the Heat to within 2 games of the championship against the Lakers. I think Bam's time is now if he is that player. And the thing is, if Bam is going to self-promote himself, and God bless his confidence, you have to show it on the court also. And the best time to show it on the court is in the playoffs.
And I do want to kind of go back to what we saw over the last week and add this footnote because we haven't mentioned it yet. Tyler Hero didn't play in a couple of those games, right? And I mean, he's still kind of working through the knee issue. And it's one of those situations where I think you would agree with this. If each one of these were a playoff game, he would find a way to get out there and play. But you're trying to manage it a bit whenever you can. I think this last week did kind of showcase the importance of what he brings to the table. So it's not like you can look at all these games and say, oh, these are pointing out the fatal flaws with this team, because there were kind of, you're sliding guys in and out. And yet at the same time, you got to bring that level of intensity. And that brings it back to what we're talking about with tonight's game. And actually for the next week, you mentioned the exam week sort of thing. And you go back to the exam week we had a few weeks ago where they found a way to do a lot better than I think we both thought they were going to do. And, the losing down the stretch against Milwaukee, it's like, okay, the same old, hey, what do they do late in games thing was an issue. But you found a way to win big games against good teams. Show it to me again. And you have to right now. And maybe this team is one of those teams that they need to have their backs up against the wall. Because last time, when they had their backs up against the wall, they responded. Last week, when it was one of those, let's exhale a little bit. You got the Knicks coming to town, the Warriors without Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They did not respond. I need to see what they do tonight. And think about tonight's game too, Ira. And look, it's just the nature of this thing. It's not to be cruel, but when the other team is missing a key piece of their squad with Rob Williams out tonight, and you have a coaching staff which is as good as the Miami Heat coaching staff is, you need to figure out where you can attack. And we know Rob Williams is fantastic at guarding the rim protection.
He's their BAM, sure.
So I want to see how the Heat counter that.
Yes.
And I want to see them, Ira, with 48 hours in between that Sacramento game and tonight's game against the Boston Celtics. I want to see them game plan. I want to see them go out there tonight and treat this like a playoff. Yes, exactly.
Yes, and that's the thing. And be in attack mode. And then we'll see tonight also, with the knee soreness, can Tyler Hero attack? With his ankle issue, can Jimmy Butler attack? With his calf issue, can Caleb Martin attack? Because as good or as great as Tatum and Brown are, you can get yours on the other end. So it's not quite Kyrie and KD, but it's a similar situation. Can you go back and get yours on the other end? Can you get them in foul trouble? Jimmy creates foul trouble. Tyler Hero, now that he's muscled up, has created more foul trouble. Can you do that? Can you take the game to them? Yes, we've seen the Heat before. They'll start with a three-a-thon and you think all is perfect. That might not necessarily achieve the goal that you want. Can you play with force, Bam Adebayo again, and get to that point? I think that's what's going to be important tonight. And again, Clay, they freaking effed up last week, because if they would have won those games, they would have had a cushion on top of the East, and Eric Spoelstra could have had player X, Y, and Z, and you and I and Big O, when I do his show on Friday, would have said, hey, they won the conference. What else they need to do? They can rest players. But they absolutely freaking screwed up last week, and now all of a sudden, every one of these remaining 6 games, except for the Orlando last game of the season, is playing a team with equal desperation. Tonight, Boston, the fight for the top seed in the East. Saturday, Chicago, they're teetering right there with the play-in with Cleveland. They need to win. Toronto, same scenario on Sunday. Come home, Charlotte. They don't want to have to play 2 play-in games. They want to get to that 7-8 seed, win and be done. Atlanta, they want to at least get home court in the 9-10 game. So all of a sudden, there's going to be no more of these. The other team is playing to lose. That ship has sailed with Sacramento. That ship has sailed with the Knicks. Now you have games that all matter. Going to be really interesting. How does Eric Spoelstra balance that? How does he balance the Saturday, Sunday back-to-back, Chicago and Toronto? And the shame of it all, Clay Ferraro, is this. If they would have won the games they could have and should have won, we never would be speaking about this situation on exam week 2.
And we close with this, Ira. We've said all this. We spent 58 minutes talking about this. Maybe this is what this team needs. And it's something where the identity of this team, you have a bunch of guys and they talk about it all the time. We're a group of guys who've been doubted our whole lives. We're better when our back is up against the wall. We weren't the first pick when we were playing with our buddies and you were picking teams and all that. It's a group of guys that tends to thrive when
chip
they're
on
doubted.
The shoulder.
Chip on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And that's been gone. That was gone after you got to the 1 seed. For whatever reason, it left. Maybe it's back now. But I got to see it. And if you can close out this season, this is where this can be a good thing. If you close out this season, and Ira, maybe I'm different than you. I want to see them get the 1. I want to see them fight their way back to that 1 seed for 2 reasons. Number 1, I don't think Brooklyn's losing the first play-in game. I think they're going to get that 7 seed. But number 2, I need to see that this team can fight for something and get it. because they fought their whole lives. They said this is what we're built on. Show it now. Show it tonight against Boston. Show it against Chicago. Show it in the games that matter, that are playoff caliber games heading into the actual playoffs. Show me. Don't just tell me. Show me.
And next Monday on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show, I want to see you with your big foam number one finger. So we will see how it plays out. I will talk to you again next Wednesday.
Great stuff, guys. And thanks for your questions, your comments. Please make sure to smash the like button. Big O Show rolls on next. Thanks again.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. Has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com, with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. After the boys did an excellent job, as always, with our Sloman's Inside the Paint Show. Yes, sir. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're feeling good. Sean Stanley by my side there, mastering this program every single day as we continue to grow. Lots of things. Remember, don't forget, next month, a couple days now, we'll start saying it's April already. And we will be in Vegas at the end of this month for the NFL draft, and we'll be out at Tommy Rocker's. Got to get Tommy on the show, see if we get him on tomorrow or Friday, talk a little bit about the event. So we'll be out there throughout the weekend broadcasting. I know the Dolphins don't pick till like the 103rd pick in the draft or something like that. But you never know. They might trade into that draft in the first and second rounds. They might trade a player that brings that. So you never know. We'll be prepared, and we'll have wall-to-wall coverage. And there's no way I'm ever canceling a trip to Vegas anyways, as it is. You know what I mean? It's just, we're already set. So there's no way. Anyway, so but we got other issues that we want to resolve while we're in Vegas too. So we'll be doing that. Tomorrow we'll be at Hialeah Park. So come on out and join us. We'll have some fun. We'll also be, Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines also on Friday. So we'll also hang out with the boys there at Craig Zinn's. So we got a lot of things to get to here on the program. Got some stuff to talk about. Good job by the Panthers last night as they scored a ton of goals. So they scored a touchdown yesterday, putting up 7. So that was good. We got the Heat back in action tonight. You heard the boys talking a little bit about it. And, I talked about it yesterday. The Sacramento Kings win didn't do anything for me. It meant nothing whatsoever. I read tonight that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are probable with both have right knee issues, and both are probable. So it looks like they're both going to play tonight. That's good. I want the Stars to be playing. Even the Kings were missing several guys. I need to see this Heat team kind of get back on track. I know they can. I watched it. So I need you to get back to where you were and show me that you got that edge back again and you can get on track, not just this game, but the next couple of games. You finish the season strong, okay? Finish it with the momentum you started it with so you can go into the playoffs. And I can feel a little better right now. So that's a good thing, as always. I appreciate that. So appreciate all of you out there. Remember, the Welton Rayom text line always open, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 1 o'clock, I would imagine. And then Sean Stanley will take over with a little Squared Circle Digest. So he'll talk a little wrestling with you. He'll have all kinds of things to talk about. Any updates on Treader? I don't think they're going to bring Treader at all. So I don't know what kind of an update there is. Now, I don't know what he's holding out for. The longer you hold out, the more players end up signing, the less cap space ends up being available. But maybe he and his agent have a plan. But I don't think it includes the Dolphins. I got to tell you, look, it gets to a point where we're also getting a little greedy, right? And I understand the line has been scary for years. So as many free agents as you can sign, it'll make you feel better. And I get that, Cigar Social Club. I get that. But here's where I'm going to kind of separate church and state on all of this. Okay? I'm fine with what they have now. I from the get-go, I said I wanted 2 linemen. I got my 2 linemen. They got Armstead and they got Connor Williams. I still believe that out of the 5 you drafted, you're going to get a few good guys out of this. These guys will find it now. That's what I believe. So I get your trepidations because everybody should feel like that about the offensive line. But I have a little more faith that McDaniel and Frank and these guys in Applebaum will figure it out, and they'll the guys that are here, they will fill the rest of those spots and do a good job. I really believe that. I don't believe that they missed on all 5 guys. Oh, my God, you got to go get as many free agents. Go get another center. Go get another guard. Go get it, whatever. No, I think 2 is enough. I think 2 brings the balance you need. And then competent coaching and play scheme and all that, I think the rest of the guys will end up doing their jobs. So maybe I have a little more hope than maybe you do of these coaches and the players that we currently have here. So that's where I'm not necessarily going crazy. Oh my God, if we don't sign JC Treader, it's the end of the world. No, it's not. I don't believe that. I think we're going to be pretty happy with the line finally. Finally. I believe that because we got guys that they excel at that stuff, and that's exactly what they need. And I'll say it over and over again. You fix the line and you fix the running game, and Tua will do the rest. You don't have to worry about it. But he has to be able to step back into a clean pocket so he can throw the ball. Now, is it going to be clean all the time? No, of course not. And he can ad lib and he can, he can help you, but he can't do it on every single down. And that's what was going on for the young man for the first couple of years that he's running for his life for 2 years. Can't do that. That can't happen. That has to end. And hopefully that's going to end here now with this coaching staff and the offensive line issues, unless we have injuries, which that could affect any offensive line no matter what happens. But if they're healthy, I like their chances of developing a good line overall. Let's see if Finns do get back in the early rounds. What position player do you think they would do it for? I think they would do it for inside linebacker. I think that they would do it for another pass rusher. I think that they would do it for, I don't know if there's a complete tight end, but and maybe something like, I have to look it up now. I'm not even sure if there's one considered one of those, blocking and pass catch freaks. There are very few of those, My man Omar Kelly thinks they grow on trees and there's like 15, 20 of them in the league, and there isn't, but there's only a couple of those guys. Maybe something like that, because of the scheme. Maybe even a running back in the second round. The third round, they still may get in their pick, they still may get the Georgia back. Cook, he may fall to them right there at that third pick. You never know. The running back, that they have a shot at even waiting for when they're in the third round. But I guess if you love one badly in the second, I can see that. Not first, but I can see maybe in the second. But third round, you probably the James Cook kid probably will be in the third round. I don't know if it'll last all the way to the end of the third round, but he's going to go somewhere in that area. He could go right where the Dolphins pick, or he could go 5-10 picks before, and you're going to go, damn, might have been a pretty good fit for the Dolphins. That kind of stuff. Rumors Treader battling injuries last year, and I think he has scared teams. Well, that only would lower the price, and they'd bring him in because he's a character guy. So they would take that chance if that's the issue. Big O, who would have thought with a decent line and run game Tua can succeed? Me, I've said that. I've said that from the day one. No coaching, no offensive line. Tua's not the problem. But that's fine. That's fine. That's what we got to live with now, right? We got to live with, who you decipher what you think is wrong and how you interpret it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the life we live right now as a Dolphin fan and the Tua discussion. Do you think they trade Parker? And if they do, what do you think they'll get? Listen, first of all, as you all know, I'm shocked that there's a market for Parker. because he's so injury prone. He is a good receiver. When healthy, he can help you out. I'm not going to diss the man that way. And I've said over the last couple of years, I've admired that he has fought through the injuries. You know, in a world where it's so easy to quit, like Colin Kaepernick, that you look at Devontae Parker and it's injury after injury, and you figure, man, it's mentally, this beats you up. You can't stay healthy, and yet he fights through it. And even there have been times where he's gotten injured in a game and stayed in the game. And so, early in his career, it was a problem, like major problem, like he was out, but he has at times fought through it, and I give him credit. Look, it's not Parker's fault, dude. What happens to Devontae Parker would happen to you and me. Most of us would break down left and right if we played football at that level, because it's freakish just to stay healthy. All those players that are able to stay durable and healthy and play week in and week out, that's a gift in itself. But what's normal in football are injuries. It's normal. It's too brutal of a game to consider that you're going to stay healthy all the time. So for the guys that are able to stay healthy, those dudes are amazing, man. They're special as hell, And so I give Parker a lot of credit. And as you all know, I've been dead wrong on that one. I mean, I'm not dead wrong yet, but apparently there is a market for him. So, I don't think you'll get much. A 6th, 7th rounder, maybe a 5th rounder if, you get into some kind of a bidding war between two teams or something. And that's a bidding war. A 5th rounder, but I don't think so. I don't think you're going to get a late pick for him because he's so injury prone. If Chris Greer gets a 4th rounder for him, he's a stud, man. He's a stud, because that would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. Lisa says, we have our 1st round pick as well as San Francisco's in 23. Yes. Yeah, we have 2 1st round picks next year. Yes. You are correct, Lisa. Yeah, they kept their, Chris has maintained flexibility throughout of his tenure. He's done a good job with that, rolling over picks and cap space and all those kind of things. I think it's very important what he's done in that sense. Yes. Big O, are you excited for baseball? No, I'm not. I'm excited to watch the Marlins pitching staff. I'm talking about Marlins baseball because that's the only, I'm excited for baseball overall because I like baseball. It's not, I don't have the love for baseball like I used to because the game has changed so much. And it bothers me a lot, the strikeout home run thing. But I am looking forward to it because I'll watch it. But on the Marlins side, I'm just frustrated that they didn't do enough on the offensive side to help out the pitching. They did some, and I give them some credit for at least doing something, but not enough. They have to do more. And that's the shame because they have the pitching. I mean, they have enough young pitching there. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty fun. But it's one of those deals it's like watching Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and Sam Madison, Pat Surtain, and Tim Bowens do their thing every week and limit you to 12 points and 15 points. But, the offense, they've got to do their part and score. You know what I'm saying? And so this is going to be the same thing. You got a great, starting staff, a young starting staff that's studly. Yet, if you don't give them the support night in and night out, you're asking them, just like Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and company, to be perfect every week. And it's just unfair. And it was unfair to Jason Taylor and Sam Madison and Pat Surtain. And it's unfair to Sandy Alcantara and everyone else in that rotation and Rodgers and all these cats. It's completely unfair to ask them to go out there and be impeccable every single night because your 1 or 2 runs is going to be enough to win the game. just tough. So that's where I'm kind of, torn a little bit on baseball. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just wish we would have done a little more spending for the offensive side to help them out. Now we've got to hope that some of our young guys really explode and go out there, and the Jazz Chisholms of the world and all that, they go out there and they shine. They're going to need several young players to shine, and then that will make baseball more exciting in this town. Okay. All right. What else do we have here going on? By the way, the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. And by the way, if you do need a good law firm to defend you, whether it's bankruptcy, whether it's homeowner property damage, call them before you call anybody else, okay? Condo damage, criminal defense, you name it, commercial litigation, all of that stuff, okay? Call Welton Rayom. They will take care of you. They will defend you and make sure you get what's coming to you, what you deserve. Don't let people take advantage of you. And that's what Welton Rayom will do. They will not allow anybody to take advantage of you. They will put you in the position of power that you deserve to be in. So call them 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. All right. And again, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056, also on Le Programme. All right. Oh, by the way, Alex Chiswick is set to join us at 12:30 from OKCoin, the head of listings for OKCoin. So we'll talk a little crypto with him at 12:30, which, by the way, I just want to say I am really happy that Bitcoin and the market is kind of, leveling off right now. As I told you, again, it's stuck around the 47,000 range, 47,000, 47,200, 400, 500, 600, 800, goes right back down to 47,000, but it's stuck right there for the last couple of days. And what did I tell you? I wanted that is so healthy, incredibly healthy. And soon, Michael Saylor is now going to be making a over $200 million Bitcoin purchase. Terra Luna, their Terra USD, which by the way is on OKCoin, and you can get 20% staking on it. It's a stable coin, so it's better than having your sorry ass savings account that doesn't do anything. Like if you have $500 sitting in your savings account right now, what are you getting? Less than a 0.1%? Because you don't even get 1%. You get like a 0.1% or something in interest, right? You could turn it into Terra USD, which is $1, and you can stake it on OKCoin for 20%. So you can have your money sitting in your savings account doing nothing, or you can have it working for you, earning 20%. It's up to you, however you want to look at it. You know what I'm saying? But Terra Luna has now been scooping up billions of dollars of Bitcoin because that's how they're backing their stable coins. And so they're using the dollar and they're using Bitcoin. And so, which is really smart because Bitcoin's going to go up in value, whereas the US dollar is gone down. I believe it's lost 80% of its total value since they started with the US dollar. So I'm just saying. And so this is healthy again right now. I'll check it for you right now where it's at. But I'm sure it's right where it's been the last couple of days, and it hasn't moved. 47,380. It does not move at all. It's been just middling right there, which is beautiful, man. It is beautiful. It is stuck there now this is the third day that it is stuck there. And that is super, super positive that it's stuck there. And by the way, let me just check. Yes, 20.06% for Terra USD. That's a lot of people don't understand, that you can actually have a better savings account there, than you do in your regular bank. But hey, not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto, and that's the things that I would do if I was doing that. Richard Saylor says, morning, Big O. Can you please tell me what is the name of that vitamin B that you take and you're talking about Nature B, baby. Talk about Nature B. NatureB.com. That's it. Use the code Big O. Use that code Big O. Get free shipping when you buy the plant pollen. 1 month, 3 month supply, 6 month supply. I don't know. Do they have a 6-year supply? Well, I've been taking it for 20 years. So 20 years. Boost immune system. Right? Virus-filled world. We have a new virus. We have a new, what is it? A new, it's morphed into another one, whatever. I forgot the name of it now, of this new, COVID-19 one that's going around. And it's like, in our country, it's half the cases are that. So we just got to continue to get everybody vaccinated and all that. But maybe you have an issue. You can't get vaccinated. Maybe you don't want to get vaccinated. Maybe you don't want to get boosted. So do the all natural right there from Clean Green New Zealand. Mother Nature creates this plant pollen. All right. So do it. And it's great for the kids. My daughter's been taking it since she was a child because it's been in our house for 20 years. Everybody takes it. Energy, boost the immune system. You'll feel it. You'll feel it. Like in the second week, you feel the energy, and you'll feel, and again, for me, energy is not something that I lack all the time. It helps at times when I am a little run down. But for me personally, what I love is boosting the immune system. I don't like having a cold. I try to stay away from a cold, and that thing's helped me out for many, many years because I do this every day. And to talk for 2, 3, 4 hours a day with a cold, oh my God. It is a mission, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute mission. Doge sucks, sell it. Don't use Robinhood to buy and sell crypto. Juan Mendoza. Don't lose your money on that crap. There you go. Irving with very, very good advice. Now, Irving and I are not financial advisors, but Irving and I agree that Doge sucks. Only people like Preston Williams, who know nothing about crypto, actually think that that's a thing. And Robinhood, you should never, ever purchase your crypto ever on Robinhood. Ever. Okay? OK Coin, Crypto.com, Binance. Even though I'm not the biggest Binance guy, Coinbase, I'm not a fan of Coinbase. But there's services out there way better than Robinhood. Never, ever, ever, ever buy your crypto through Robinhood. Ever. Ever. Eoli says, have you heard of Hex and the Pulse chain? Yes, I have, my man. If so, what are your thoughts on how it differs from blockchains that we now know? I don't know enough about Hex to give you something intelligent about it. Okay, I've heard of it. I see the logo in my face, in my mind. I see the logo and everything. I know exactly the logo and all that, but I don't know enough about it. So I'd be out of place telling you that it's good or bad, or the positives or the negatives of it, because I'm not invested in it and I don't know enough about it. I mean, there's a couple thousand coins, dude. I don't know about all the coins. So I don't know much about it. I'd be lying to you if I told you I did. Let's see. Thank you, Big O. You're the best. I love listening to you, even though you were a T-bread and I'm a golden hawk. There we go. So it's all good, baby. It's all good. NorCal says, Dolphin fans and tailgaters are working together at 4 games I'm attending next year. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chi-Town, and Fan Club Weekend will all have epic tailgates. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Fitness Guru says, Big O, I like you to know if you would bring no. You asked another question yesterday that got me off. Okay, now I'm starting to think you're a troll. Trolls don't last very long here. Just so you'll know. Trolls don't last very long here. You fitness guru, now you are on thin ice. Just so you'll know. Like incredible thin ice. And ask around. Not a good spot to be in on this show. Let's see. Damn Big O, Doge is being accepted as currency in several places. Yeah, no, it's I know. But I have no, there's nothing to it. There's no technology behind it. You know, there's plenty of other. Crow has a better opportunity to become currency down the line. Litecoin is better as currency, overall. There's going to be certain coins that I think, are Bitcoin Cash. That's another one. Zcash, I think it's called Zcash. Another one. There's several that I think are going to become currency. Doge is not one of them. I truly believe it's practically kept alive by Elon. And then the few people that buy it and hang on to it because, whatever, I don't know. But there's nothing behind it, dude. You look at SHIB, there's a blockchain. They want to put DeFi on it. They've got NFTs. They are actually moving forward and building an ecosystem on top of the SHIB coin. So there is more to it. Hell, they've got other coins, the leash coin, and I forgot the names of the other ones, but and I think the leash coin is like $2,000 or something per coin. It's like ridiculous. So they have staking. They have a swap where you can swap your SHIB for Bitcoin. You can swap your Bitcoin for SHIB or Ethereum for SHIB or SHIB for Ethereum and, things like that. None of that exists on Doge. There's no technology. And Elon's talked a lot of shit about, I'm working with Doge and this and that, and nothing ever comes from it because it's old technology that cannot be modernized. That's the difference. Whereas SHIB is built on the Ethereum platform. So there's a ton of other coins that I'd rather invest in than Doge. Doge made its move already. I don't know if it's going to make another move. I'm not exactly sure, and I just don't find the substance behind it. So, but that's just me. Big O, there are also no technology behind Bitcoin. Your thoughts? Actually, there is technology behind Bitcoin, my brother. It's a blockchain. And Stacks is built on that blockchain. There's actually businesses being built on Bitcoin. So there is technology being built on Bitcoin, and they've actually had some upgrades. But Bitcoin is the world's best storage, that there is in the world. So when it comes to actually, as like a savings account, let's put it that way, there's nothing better than Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's already being used also as currency, in countries now. It's being used. So yes, it does have technology. That's the problem. Again, some of you don't follow it, and then you say stuff like, well, there's no technology, and then you really don't follow it because there's actually technology on Bitcoin. They've even had updates. They just had a recent update, actually. And I know, Robert, you kind of follow it, right? But I guess you haven't read up on Bitcoin, but there is. The Stacks Network is built on the Bitcoin blockchain. And that's what has Miami coin, New York coin, Paris is coming, all of those kind of things. So they're starting to build all that also on the Bitcoin blockchain. So yes, there is technology behind it. Oh, what would a decisive Heat win tonight mean for the team going into April? Absolutely nothing, David. 0. It's a nice start. You got to do it now for the next couple of games, starting with Boston. They have several games that are tough coming down the stretch because, David, supposedly they kick ass tonight. But now they go and flop against Chicago and against Toronto and a couple of the other tough games that they have left. Then what? Then you're like, but if they go out and play well against Boston and win, and they go and beat Chicago too, you know what I mean? Then now we start to feel a little bit better because now we're seeing that it's not just a one-game thing. What happened against the Kings, I don't care about it at all. It means nothing to me. You beat a know-nothing team. You need to get back to where you were. And it's not just beating Boston, it's beating several teams. I mean, you want to go into the playoffs showing you're a dominant force, right? And playing inconsistently like that and not showing up to certain games, even against crappy teams like the Knicks, that's unacceptable, dude. So I need to finish strong, not just a Boston win, but several wins. Show me that you're laser focused. Show me that you're the Florida Panthers. That's what I need from the Miami Heat. I need from the Miami Heat to show me that they can be what the Florida Panthers are right now. The Florida Panthers are the team you fear. When they come to your town, your knees buckle. When they come to town, the goalie says, oh shit, I gotta be perfect. When the Panthers get pissed, they score 8,000 goals on you. They don't take shit from anybody. They'll punch you back. And if you want to play a physical game, Gudis and the boys are ready to rumble. So I need the Heat to show me that they can control the boards, something they haven't been doing lately, that they can shoot the ball more consistently, and that they can play defense, and that they play with that Heat attitude, because that's what the Panthers have now. They have that Heat attitude. They are the premier team right now in town. Not franchise. We all know the Miami Heat. They're in another galaxy compared to all the teams here. Okay, all the teams here are trying to catch up to the Heat, and I understand that. But this year, right now, the best team in town from beginning to end, through all the adversities that have gone on, are the Florida Panthers. They have shown me that things don't dwell at all. They don't linger. I'm sorry, not dwell, linger. They eliminate it right away. And if you piss them off, they're going to crush you. So I need to see that from the Miami Heat. So that's what I would tell you, David. I need that killer instinct. I need that nastiness to come back. The Panthers have it. They have it all the way. I need to see it from the Miami Heat. They lost it. Now I need to see them recapture it. You don't recapture it just by beating Boston. You recapture it by going out there and performing against several teams that are really good down the stretch. Show me. Let's see. NorCal Coming from the OC to see the San Fran game. See you there. And San Bernardino in May, bro, says Pipe Man Slim. Utility and technology are different. Yeah, well, technology is there because they have made improvements. They just had what was it? Here, I'll show it to you. Bitcoin updates. No, I know that they just had an update. I mean, this is like boring stuff, dude. This is like stuff that we're going to get into. I don't even know if I should, actually. But I got to find it also, but I will find it for you. But they did have it. And they do have. Now remember, Bitcoin doesn't have to go in. Remember, David, Bitcoin doesn't have to go in the direction of Ethereum or Polkadot or Solana or Avalanche. They don't have to open up and start having, millions of DeFi projects and all of that kind of stuff because they are store value. So it's not like for their technology or their utility, all they've got to try to do is try to make it as fast as possible. That's kind of what it really is, because Bitcoin is at a place that no one else is in. So nobody views all the other coins like store value like Bitcoin does. Like any of us that are investing, we're going to trade our Ethereum eventually. And our Polkadot and our Avalanche and whatever it is you're investing, SHIB or even Doge or whatever, you're not really looking at that as a lifetime investment. That's where that changes. That's where it's not the desperation for Bitcoin to do all the other things that other coins are doing, because their value is different than everybody else's. So really, it's just about trying to make it more scalable, in other words. And let me tell you something, Richard. They could be going after Cadena, because Cadena is using Bitcoin technology and they have created their own type of parachains. Again, not smart enough to know, but I know exactly what they're doing. I just not smart enough to explain it because I'm not anywhere near that area. But they have figured out a way of scaling Bitcoin technology to be able to move faster. So it is possible. So Bitcoin's going to have to kind of use some of that, and then they may have to kind of find out what Cadena is doing in order to make themselves even more scalable down the line so they can get faster for transaction purposes. But overall, it's pretty fast, but it's not like layer 2s are right now, obviously. All right, we bored the crap out of people with this. Big O, don't get me wrong. I have Bitcoin, but I'm also spread all over altcoins. VeChain, Matic, and SHIB and Gala are my biggest. Yeah, no, me too. I've got plenty of altcoins. But Bitcoin is just completely different than everything else. It doesn't need to do some of the other things that others do. But they do have to try to become as scalable as possible. And I know that they're doing that. The only thing is, obviously, it's older technology, so it's a little harder for them than it is for a layer 2. And by the way, I thought there was some talk about Bitcoin and layer 2 or something like that. I think I read that somewhere. Forgot. Again, this is stuff that, but they're talking about upgrades on something like that. Yeah, it says why layer 2 remains the bedrock of Bitcoin development. Right. Yeah. So there's some stuff that they're working on too down the line. by the way, just so you'll know, Robert. Look it up. You'll see that they are doing some stuff. They're trying to do that. And again, like I told you, Cadena, which I'm a big Cadena guy, man. Oh, by the way, Cadena just got put on Binance. So it just got put on OKCoin, which was the first US-based current cryptocurrency exchange to put Cadena. Now Binance has put Cadena. I would imagine that a jolt is coming for Cadena. And let me tell you, when it gets on, and I don't understand why it's not on coin, what's that called? Coinbase. Weird. Cadena is a New York company, couple Brooklyn guys, and Coinbase is in New York. It's the weirdest. I understand that why they haven't put VeChain yet because it's Chinese. It's just like the same thing with some of you tell me, well, China's against crypto. They have VeChain. What are you talking about? They're not against crypto. Well, whatever. Big O, how long until Algo hits $1, Tezos hits $4? I don't understand Algorand. It's an awesome coin. It's got a bunch of stuff on it going on. And I don't know how I feel, I don't have any Algorand, but I feel like Algorand is one that, man, I would load up on because I think it's going to end up blowing up. It's a good one. I'm not rich, man. I'm a working stiff. I never got into Avalanche. I didn't get into Solana. I didn't get into Luna. I didn't get into, there are certain ones that I like a lot, but I'm not rich. I can't get into them. But that's Algorand is another. It's a really good company, man. It's weird how that one's been kind of stagnant. Robert, thank you for the love in the super chat. Big O, continue the sports show. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hi from Chautauqua, Illinois. Is that Chautauqua? Chautauqua, Illinois. All right, William. Well, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Johnny Rotten says, morning, Big O. When should I go to a Dolphins home game? November or December? Any advice to what section? Well, you definitely want to be on the side that has no sun. That's definitely what you want to do. So you want to be on the south end of the stadium, right? Is the south side of the stadium is what I would say. And listen, my brother, I think going to a Dolphin game is great any month of the year. It's up to you what opponent you want to see. It's a beautiful stadium. It's fun to go to. The fans are great. I mean, I would encourage you to go whenever you can go, my friend. Whenever you're blessed to be able to go and you have an opportunity and you can make the most of it and make it a week or a weekend and enjoy South Florida also at the same time, that's what I would do. That's it, man. It's up to you. Pick whatever, but to me, the month doesn't matter. Now, if you want to, if I want to throw like a little curveball at you here, I guess pick December because the later in the season, the more the games mean. And I believe our Dolphins are going to the playoffs this year. So those December games will be important games, no matter who the opponent is. So I guess I would lean to December, if anything, just because the games will get bigger and bigger down the line, hopefully, if I'm right. Okay. I've been disappointed in the past. Hopefully I'm not disappointed this time around, but that's what I would say, my brother. I would go for a December or very early January game, right? Since our seasons run into early January, correct? Big O, do I sell all the shares of SHIB and invest in Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, Bitcoin, etc.? I have a little over $100. I just wish you would have done that earlier, like, a couple weeks ago, man, when everything was lower. But Yeah, I would, as I always tell all beginners, Tony, break up your pie this way to make it nice and easy for you. 40% in in Bitcoin, 30% in Ethereum, 10% in Polygon, 10% in Cardano, and 10% in Avalanche. That's what I would do. I would break up my pie, my 100% pie like that. Whether it's $50, $100, $500, $5,000, $50,000, $100,000, $1 million. 40, 30, 10, 10, and 10. And I do it that way because to me, all 5 of them are going to be monsters. And it leaves you in a position where you don't have to think, you don't have to do anything, just let it go and follow. And if anything, you have a little more money, you buy the dips and buy the same pie. Just keep it in the same pie. And that's it. That's what I would do. And if you can, you go to exchanges like OKCoin, maybe even a little crypto.com, because not every platform has staking for every coin. So where you can stake Bitcoin, buy it there. Where you can stake Cardano, buy it there. Where you can stake Polygon, buy it there. Where you can stake Avalanche, buy it there. Where you can stake Ethereum, buy it there. That's how I would do it. So that way, your money's working 2 ways, going up in value and gaining interest. And you cannot beat that. So that's how I would do it. You buy and stake. Very, very important. Do not give away free interest, because just having your coin is great, but making it work for you double, come on, man. That's smart. NorCal says, if you want to go to Miami and party with worldwide Dolphin clubs, go to Fan Club Weekend. There you go. Fan Club Weekend. Let's go, Dolphin fans. Let's party. Thomas says, Big O, I really feel that with the next step that these young players are going to take and free agent acquisitions we made, this is the most talented team, both offense and defense, since the early 80s. No, not defensively, because defensively, the Jason Taylor defenses were way better than this. That's for sure. So I wouldn't go that far. And now offensively, we have a chance. They haven't done it yet. What is stake? Stake is when you grab whatever you have of Bitcoin, okay, let's say, and you stake it. You put it in a reserve in the cryptocurrency exchange. They use it for investment purposes, and you get the interest from it. Okay? So like my what's it called? Polkadot. I get like 13% interest on OKCoin. So I bought a lot of Polkadot. All right. So let's say I bought it at 15, 16, 17 bucks. It's up to $22 right now, 21 something right now. So I'm already making money on all that, right? But then I also buried it at, 13%. So now I'm getting 13% interest on whatever I buried of Polkadot. $50, $100, $500, $5,000, $50,000, $100,000, whatever it is that you bought a Polkadot that you can bury. Now, you won't be able to touch it for a month or 3 months, depending on the length of time. So you can't sell it. You can't touch it during that time. But if you're keeping it long term, who cares anyways? I don't believe I'm selling my Polkadot for another year or two. So for a year or two, I'll keep staking it and earning 13%. So if you have $1,000 of Polkadot, let's just say, and you stake it at 13%, over the year, you're going to get $130. So if you bought it at 15 bucks for $1,000 and it went up to 22, well, then all of a sudden now you're making $7 on each coin and you're making 13% interest on it. See what I'm saying? That's staking. Staking is basically what they do in the bank, but they don't give you the money. You put your savings account, right? What do you think they're doing with your money in the savings account? They're using it to loan it out to people. And then those people are paying back the interest on that loan at, 9, 10, 12, 15, 20%, whatever it is that they're charging them. And you're getting what? Less than a tenth of 8%? Well, in crypto, you actually get the bulk of the percentages in the loan, because they're using your currency. Not that you lose it or anything, it's just leverage. That's it. It's locked in. You're getting it back a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, however you locked it. And then after it gets unlocked, you grab your interest and you put it on top of what you have, and then you stake it again. So you're staking more. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? And then it keeps building and building. So every time you stake, you're staking more because you're adding your interest on top of it. And then you keep earning more and more and more. That's how it goes. Stick with me, kids. You'll go places. Where, I have no idea. Ken Sean says, Big O, looking at our struggles and stopping the run, I like Noah Ellis, Idaho defensive tackle, 360, 66.5. Quentin McCall, 370. Also linebacker, undrafted standout, looks better this year from Mike linebacker. Thoughts? Well, my brother, you are way ahead of me right now at this point. I am not looking at the Idaho defensive tackle at this point. I will now start, by the way, I will start calling around for draft stuff at the beginning of this month now, and we'll start talking a little bit about that. But I did go over some of the players that could be available to Miami at the, 103rd pick, 104th pick in the draft or something like that. We'll talk about that in hour number 2 here on the program. But yeah, it's Idaho defensive tackle Noah Ellis. You are, Ken Sean, you're in it way deeper than I am right now, worried about that. It's kind of like turned me like in another direction after they made the trades, because you're not picking till late 3rd round, at the end of the 3rd round. So it's like one of those things like, man, there's 100 players that need to come off the board before we even can think about what Miami is going to take in the draft. But I did do a little research. I do have some names of some guys that could be available. Now, Ken Sean, here's where you and I differ a little bit. I didn't look at defensive tackle. I looked more at middle linebacker. I looked more at guard, center, somebody like that. I looked at the running back. Those are kind of the positions that I looked at for the Dolphins at that spot. So we shall see. Can OKCoin buy and stake for the 5 cryptos you mentioned? No, they don't do Bitcoin and Ethereum, but they do Avalanche at 7.72%, Polygon at 6.81%, and what did I mention? What was Cardano, 2.5%. So you can gain interest on those. Polkadot, by the way, another one that I love, is at 13.3%. If you want to replace what's it called, Cardano or Avalanche for Polkadot, you can go ahead and do it. Don't replace Polygon. No keep Polygon. Polygon for me is one of the great altcoins that are out there, and it's going to blow up. Again, if you guys need a link so you can share and get $50 free of Bitcoin, send me a DM on Twitter at Big O Show, and I'll send you the link. Either for, I think it's $25 on crypto.com. So I'll send you a link for crypto.com or OKCoin. So that way you can purchase on either one and stake on either one, and stake the coins you can stake on one or the other and compare if you want to do that, because unfortunately not every service. Like, I don't believe you can stake Avalanche on crypto.com. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way it is. So there you go. And on the crypto.com one, the link I send you, to get the $25, you have to get the Ruby Red card, which will allow you to then stake a whole bunch of coins. Okay. So there you go. But that's the Ruby Red card right there. Okay. For Crow. I use this all the time. Here, I make all my purchases through here. Do you know why I make all my purchases through here? I get 2% in Crow every single time. Right away. The second you make a purchase, 2% in Crow. I want OK Coin to get one of these. Be great, man. So all my purchases are through here. I have the green one now. This one's useless. This one's been voided. This one's no good anymore. But this one is, you get this one by staking $400 of Crow. And you get 6% on it. So not only will the coin grow, you'll also get 6%, which is a hell of an interest rate. All right. And by the way, this is the coolest credit card on the planet. It's steel. Steel, baby. It's pretty cool. It's actually, when people see it, they're like, damn, this is a badass card. So I have the green one now, which is the next level. And then I'm hopefully down the line, I will get the one after that. Once Crow grows enough a little, we'll be able to get it. I stake my Cardano and Cosmos. There you go. And Cosmos is I don't have any, but fantastic coin. Fantastic coin. Let's see. What happens if this heist of Bitcoins happens like today? No. First of all, it depends on what company you're in. Some of you aren't paying attention to some of this stuff that's going on. Okay. A lot of this stuff gets found again because they can track all the money. You can't on the blockchain. It's hard to hide it. It's just really hard. But the problem is Bitcoin's not getting hacked, or Ethereum, right? No, what's happening is some of these new companies that are building bridges to get on the blockchain, their bridge is not complete. And so then they put people at risk. Thorchain got hacked twice for 4 and 8 million. They replaced it right away to the people that lost their money. So they had the money right there in the funds and insured and all that stuff. So they were set. And that's kind of part of the issue at the beginning, like anything else, that when you're building it at the beginning, you have to build it right. And so these are the little quirks that they've got to get through from all of that. But it all depends on the company. That's why I always tell you, do your homework. Make sure you're investing in a really good company that is stable, that has great support. I always tell you that. Okay. 3rd round pick, we should draft a water boy. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a massage therapist. Water boy in the 4th round. That's what that might be a better thing. You know? I'm not a Bitmark guy. Yeah, boss. I'm with you there. Yeah. Yeah, you got to watch out with the services that you use too. Yeah, you have to be very, very careful with that stuff. No doubt about it. All right, we got 1 hour down. Let's get ready for hour number 2. Hour number 2, I want to talk a little bit. 3rd round pick, I'm going to give you a couple of names. Late 3rd round. This is just a bunch of crap, okay? It's just a bunch of hot air I'm going to throw out there for you guys. It's really hard to nail what the hell is going to be available in the 3rd round, because you don't know how 32 GMs are going to think for 100 picks. It's impossible. But asking around a little bit, I found out about some players that might be available in that area. We'll talk about that in hour number 2. Panthers won. We got to get into that. There might be some drama brewing in the Dolphins division, and I want to definitely get into that. I am enjoying something going on in sports, the suffering of others. I know it's cruel and mean, but I can't help myself. and I'll tell you why. So we got a bunch of things to talk about. Sean Stanley, mastering this program. You want to get in? Remember the Welt and Rayom text line, 855 912-1056, the Welton Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. Our number 2 is next, or 3, that is.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Sir, we're back. It's hour number 3 on the program. I said 2, but I forgot about Inside the Paint was the first hour, and we were the second hour. Now this is the third hour. We're ready to rock and roll. Appreciate all of you as always. By the way, I would have seen your boy Noah Ellis at the East-West Shrine game there, Ken Sean. If we would have gone next year, we'll go to all those things. Next year we will be headed there. And as for 619, my brother, we do crypto talk every day, and so and it's like several. Sean usually posts the segments, so you can actually go on our podcast and you'll see the different segments there. So you can get your crypto talk every day. I pretty much every day I'll talk some crypto on the show. So it's always there for you. You just gotta, make a little effort. Go to iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, wherever it is that you use to get your podcast. And you'll see that the man that masters this, he slices and dices it every single day. By the way, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, we got a challenge out there for you guys. If your roof is leaking, if it's old, if it's worn out, and you're thinking, when do I change it? Well, you definitely want to change it before the rainy season. And I know that a lot of you end up calling during the rainy season because that's when you notice it. But if your roof is already, it's time, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises. And I'm telling you, 954-735-9826. Here's the challenge. Whoever calls Tommy first and gets their roof done for their home or their business, we are going to go do a show at your place. Home or business. Doesn't matter. Okay? All we need is, an Ethernet line to broadcast. But and most homes have internet. So that's it. That's all we need. So if you need to get your roof repaired, replaced, it's already worn out and it's 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, and so call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've been at it for over 25 years. They've got a great staff. Okay, great people. All the work is fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. They specialize in all types of roofs. So I'm telling you, and they've been serving here, South Florida, for over 25 years. 954-735-9826. That's 954-735-9826 for Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. You get your roof done, we will go do a show at your place. All right? So there you go. It appears that Bitcoin is the most commonly used crypto. If countries are using it as their currency and it's the most widely used one, why do you need Ethereum, Polygon, Cardano, and all the others? Because those are not currencies. And in the end, I got to tell you, Steve, lesser countries that are not as fortunate as us are going to be using it as currency. Don't use Bitcoin as currency. Smart people store Bitcoin. Cardano is a business, not like Bitcoin. Ethereum is a business, not like Bitcoin. This is the internet. Avalanche, Cardano, Ethereum, they're all blockchains. And on these blockchains are websites that are going to be businesses, just like you go on the internet, right? There's going to be smart contracts. Those are agreements made between individuals or corporations for purchases, exchanges, whatever it is. Okay. And there's payment that involves in all of that. And it could be Litecoin, it could be Ethereum, it could be Cosmos. Anything could be exchanging on that. We don't know. But a lot of times it's going to be Bitcoin also exchanging too. Don't pay your taxes in Bitcoin. Turn your money. If you're going to pay your taxes by crypto, that if they don't accept some other form of payment, then, pay it with cash or whatever, but do not pay your taxes with an ascending asset. Do not use an ascending asset as money. You use Tether. You use USDC coin. You use Terra USD. You use a stable coin as money is what you use. You do not use Bitcoin. So the state of Florida wants you to pay your taxes in Bitcoin. Of course they do, because they know Bitcoin's going up in value. They would rather you pay in Bitcoin than in US money. Why? Because the dollar is actually losing its value. But Ethereum is a business that's different. It's a business. Think of it. Think of Avalanche and Polygon and Cardano as malls, digital malls. And these are digital malls that are going to have all stores. And all of these stores, like websites, are going to be doing businesses. That's what it is. And then there's all kinds of businesses on it, from dApps to DEX to NFTs to plain old websites. So that's exactly what it is. And so eventually VeChain will connect to Cardano, which will connect to Ethereum, which will connect to Binance, which connect to crypto.com, which connect. And so then you'll be able to surf all over the place. We're not there yet, because this is we're building the entire financial infrastructure of the future now, and the new internet. This is not done overnight. It's not done in a month, and it's not done in 6 months. It's going to take several years to build all of this. It's going to take years to get all of you and myself adjusted to doing business there, adjusted to how you will do business in different places, and how you will have to use different coins to work in different places. And you will have your stable coin, and you will turn that into whatever you have to work with, or your Ethereum or whatever. And you'll learn to swap, and you'll learn to do all the things that you have to do. But it sounds so foreign to you now because it's not second nature. But eventually it'll all become second nature to you, whether it's businesses, whether it's for fun, whether you're buying concert tickets or NFTs or whatever it is that you're doing. All of this it'll become normal to you. But right now it's very foreign. And that's why it's not understandable. But in a way, think of what I'm telling you.
Sorry, could you say that again?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to repeat it. Think of what I'm telling you, that all these blockchains are the internet, and they're all highways. And so we need to get the 836 connected to I-95, and I-95 to I-10, and I-5, and I-87, and all these things. So once all of these highways are connecting, and you can consider Ethereum like the super highway of it all. Ethereum might be is it I-10, right? Is it I-10 the one that goes from one side of the country to the other, if I'm correct? Is that the one I use to drive all the way to California through Texas? I believe it's I-10, right? I-5 is the one that goes up California on the north side. It's I-10, right? I believe. So think of Ethereum as the I-10 or I-95 of blockchains. And so then now we've got to connect all these other highways, Cardano and all these other ones, to it. And so this is why one of the companies that I've talked about, which by the way, we're up, CKB, they are building the bridges, just like Harmony, to all of these highways to connect to each other, because that's where we also have the inoperability of them talking to each other. So not everything can coexist. Not everything can talk to each other or do business with each other. Not yet. That's where we've got to get to. So it's up to Ethereum to build all the bridges to connect to Bitcoin, to Cardano, to Avalanche, to Polygon, so it's up to Polygon to build its own and all that. I invested in CKB because I believe they're the ones in charge of building the bridges inside the Cardano ecosystem. So inside the mall of Cardano, so all the businesses and everything connects, you need somebody to solve that bridge. And that's what CKB does. They connect the bridges from one business to another to do business. And that's how these are all these things that it's just way over our heads, even mine, way over my head. And it's just something that you have to take time to read about and learn and understand. We're not, most of us, including myself, are not smart enough to understand technically everything that's going on, but I can understand the basics of what's going on. And then I can try to explain it to all of you out there about what's going on. So it's just a monster project, but we're so early in on it. And as you all know, I'm not breaking anything on with you guys. You know it. You've lived long enough, plenty of businesses. You get in early, that's when you profit. And we're in the early stages of building an entirely brand new financial system for the world. Not for Miami, not for Florida, not for the United States, for the world. Won't happen overnight. That's why you have to, I tell everybody in crypto, you must have patience. Because once you understand what they're trying to do, or not what they're trying, what they are going to do, you just have to then invest, get on the ride, and follow. And make sure you're on the right vehicles that are going to lead the charge. Okay? It's kind of what it's all about. All right. Big O Tommy B. Butts to get a former Dolphin quarterback, and you can call it Fiedler on the roof. Nice. There you go. I like it. Little Fiedler on the roof. Like it. What resource site do you recommend for Bitcoin for new beginners? I always tell you guys, Cryptos Are Us. Cryptos, the letter R, us.com, and also watch George, Cryptos Are Us. Also watch it on YouTube. Watch Benjamin Cohen, short hair, kind of reddish. He always starts off with, thanks for jumping back into the cryptoverse. He's also very good. He's very even level. And there's no hype there. There's nothing. He's not going to overreact on things, because you see a lot of people that are trying to sell you bullshit on YouTube. There's a lot of crap on YouTube. Cointelegraph is also a good website to get crypto news. Read there. That's a pretty good one too, that I would say. Those are other ones. There's another one that I just added. It's a pretty good site. I think they do a good job, but whatever. Yeah, Blockworks. Okay, Blockworks. Look for Blockworks. That's another one that I like, that I think they do a good job. Okay, and you can also look for Unbiased Crypto. If you see this, Be in Crypto, you see this logo, that's the one that I would tell you to, that's another one of the sites that I would, that one right there. I would also look for that. Use those sites to start to educate yourself. Don't get intimidated, because you will be intimidated. It's very intimidating. You have to be patient, and you have to stay the course. And eventually you'll catch up and understand what's going on. In the end, none of us are smart enough to really know about the technicalities of all these things, because we didn't go to school for them. But you'll get an understanding of what they're trying to accomplish if you listen to the right people. Okay? Be careful. Don't read just any article anywhere, because there's a lot of people writing about crypto that know nothing about crypto. Okay? Aren't you with OKCoin? Yes, OKCoin is a proud sponsor of our program. We love OKCoin. I have a ton of investments in OKCoin, yes. But I'm also going to be honest with you. Not every cryptocurrency exchange has all the coins. So you're going to have to go to some other ones to get other coins. That's just the way it is. Samuel, thank you, my friend, for the love on the Cash App. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Very nice. As always, making a donation to the program. All right. What else do we have here? Only guy I listen to is Andres Antonopoulos and Tracy Mayer. You get the base of the technology and case methods. Why banking your own bank is better with decentralized. Yeah, that's Kenchan. You understand that, and that's what people don't understand. How we're going to become our own banks, and we're going to have our own freedoms now, and we're going to be able to get loans that we couldn't get before, for whatever reason. So yes, you are correct, sir. Only Big O with the Fiedler bobblehead that you can't see anywhere else. Yay, bro. It's kind of, we're hardcore here, bro, to the end. We are hardcore Dolphin fans to the end. And by the way, I got nothing but love for Jay Fiedler. I am not the guy that slams Fiedler. I know he wasn't a franchise quarterback, but I covered the guy, and I have nothing but admiration for the toughness that he displayed. He had great leadership. Jay never complained, never pointed fingers. I'm a Fiedler fan, and I know his limitations. I get it. I understand all of that. I'm never ever going to tell you that, oh my God, I put him in, he's right up there with Marino. And no, Tua can be a much better quarterback than Fiedler. Okay? But I have not, you'll never hear me rip Fiedler. Ever. Ever. I got nothing but admiration for that guy. Tough sumbitch. Good dude, man. He fought through a ton of injuries. It's just one of those where he's just one of those guys that has my respect. And I'm always a big Fiedler supporter, and I get it. I'm not telling you that he was the answer at quarterback or the perfect quarterback or anything like that, but I covering him and being up close to that situation, that was one dude that I just have mad props for, man. I just do. Tony says, honestly, Jay Fiedler was one of the better QBs we've had here since 13 retired. Yeah, no, there's no doubt he was. No doubt. Luke says, Fiedler was a solid starter, better than half the QBs we've had. Yeah. Nick says, gamer. Yeah. And Mick Gota Viola says he won us games. Exactly. It's really, I think Dolphin fans I think a lot of Dolphin fans have respect for Jay Fiedler. We may not respect AJ Feely much, right? There are certain quarterbacks we've had here that are like, yeah, Fiedler's not one of those guys. Because Fiedler had his moments, and where you had to respect it, like that Washington game. Still remember that Washington game that he came out and just lit it up in that second half. The Tennessee game, the Oakland game, tough son of a bitch, man. That he's just a dude. That's why the bobblehead's here, bro. Okay, that's why the bobblehead's here. You know what I mean? It's here because there's respect and love for Jay Fiedler. That's all. And there'll always be respect and love for Jay Fiedler on this show. At least that's all I can say. Maybe some of you don't have it as Dolphin fans, but this dude does. I'll say that. Jay was a slightly better. I'll say this about Jay. Jay was not afraid of any of the moments and wasn't going to get small. He may not have had the arm you needed. Okay. And maybe if you wanted to throw that 20-yard out pattern, you had to have him rolling out to that side a little bit, right? To kind of cheat it. And that's one of the things I loved about, I think it was Norv, they did that with him, that he figured it out when he took over and running it with Jay, that when he would throw the out, he wanted Jay rolling to that part where he was throwing, not from the pocket, because the arm just wasn't strong enough to make that. That's a really tough throw for almost any quarterback, and few can actually do it. You know what I mean? If not, you're going to have to throw it a lot of anticipation. So you throw way before the break. You know what I'm saying? But Jay was I got nothing but admiration for Jay Fiedler, man. Nothing but love for the guy. You'll never hear me rip the guy ever. It's just the way it is. What else do we have here on the agenda? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let us put some boom in it. Let's see here. Okay. So I told you guys that, as you know, the Dolphins are going to pick, what is it, man? Let me look it up here just so I could give it exactly. I believe it's like 103 or something like that in the draft. Right? I think they picked something like that. Let me look it up for you here so I am not speaking, wrong here. But let me see here. Oh, here we go. Oh, damn it, get that out of here. Okay. So, Miami Dolphins, they are picking 102, okay, in the third round. They'll pick 121 and 125 in the fourth. They'll pick 158 in the fifth. They have no sixth. And in the seventh, they'll pick a 224 and then 247, and then we'll wrap it up at Tommy Rockers there in Vegas for that one. But they don't pick to 102, right? So I'm looking and checking out some of the guys and positions that they need. Brian Asamoah is an inside linebacker from Oklahoma. Couple of inside linebackers. Chad Mumma, inside linebacker for Wyoming. May not be perfect fit for it, but I want to mention some of the inside linebackers. Quay Walker, the inside linebacker for Georgia. Channing Tindall, the inside linebacker also at Georgia. These are guys that could go in that area. Some of them may go a little before. Some of them may go right around there. Also, Donovan West, center for Arizona State, is a guy that could be an option if they want to use Dieter as a center / guard, or just battle for one of the guard spots, or use him as a backup, or they want to bring in competition. Cam Jurgens from Nebraska could be a guy. Donovan West could be a guy. Now, the Jurgens kid from Nebraska also plays guard. Okay? Donovan West is looked at as a center from Arizona State, but I'm sure he can play. It's harder to move the guard to center, that he has to learn how to play with the ball, than the center play guard and play without the ball. James Cook, running back out of Georgia. It's another guy that probably will go somewhere right before Miami's pick at 102, in the 10-15 picks before it, or at Miami's pick, or 5-10 picks after it. He could go anywhere. It's a running back, and they're going to drop. And Cook is one of those guys that I think will probably be there in that third round. Hopefully he can get there to Miami now. I'm just throwing a couple of positions and a couple of players out there that could be names that might be considered overall for the Miami Dolphins at that spot. It's so hard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at it, and it's like, you're so deep in the draft at that point. At least in the first round, you could kind of get a feel for things, and maybe you can guess and get close. But at this point, I'll be better off guessing once we see all the players that are coming off the board. Once we're in the middle of that third round on Friday night, right? Then we'll find out at that point. And then we'll say, okay, look what's left. These are guys that, could be opportunities for them. Mike Rose, one guy says, perfect linebacker late. Mama, Yeah, Mama. I'm not exactly sure if it's what fits for them, but that's a guy that is a very interesting player. So is Quay Walker from Georgia. Let's see what else. I hope we win a Super Bowl while you're still covering the Fins. That will be my ultimate fan dream. We can enjoy that win together after all these years. Hiberto, that's coming this year, bro. Relax. We're going to Arizona. Okay. So I hope, Hiberto, that you're in Arizona with me, sharing a beer and a hug that we won the Super Bowl. Okay. So we're going to shock the world this year. All right. We eliminated the incompetence of Brian Flores. In comes the offensive guru, and he'll fix it, and we'll go all the way to the Super Bowl and win it all. That's it. So I look forward to celebrating a Super Bowl with all of you in Arizona next year, right? We have to say that technically because it is in February of next year. But yes. Oh, we only have 1 4th-round pick. Oh, I thought we have 2. They have it listed here as 2, 125 and 121. I guess they have it wrong. My bad. I apologize. You're right. They did trade one of them. You're right. So that thing had it wrong. Big O, my head would explode if you got a Joe Rose segment when he retires. He probably can't give much insider information. I just want to hear you guys tell stories about the glory days. Well, he lived the glory days. I just watched them. Joe's going to have way more insight on those kind of things because he lived it inside. So, all you got to do is listen to the show. I'm sure he tells them all the time. He tells the stories all the time. He's a good dude. I can't, considering what we used to be at that station and what he has to deal with now, I can't imagine Joe's having a lot of fun dealing with all the crap there in that place. But it is what it is. He's carrying that freaking station. Now, let me tell you something. I thought he was going to retire. I don't know if he extended or something. I don't know if they begged his ass to stay another year because maybe he's retiring before the football season or sometime here in the summer or something. You would figure his contract would have been up already, but maybe they kept him around. Because remember, once Joe goes, they will have to fire more people there because sponsors will be running out the door, and they know it. They don't have a lot of people producing anything there. So most of the people that are on air are not producing a lot of money or any money whatsoever. So it's going to be it'll be an ugly situation for some people there when Joe leaves. That's not the fun part. Joe's fine. Joe will be fine. He made his life, dude. He earned every damn bit of it, bro. Nobody has worked harder in our business than Joe Rose. Nobody. And if anybody in our business takes insult with that, too effing bad. I've never seen anybody grind like that dude, like he did with radio and TV for whatever it was, 20-something years. I've never seen anybody do it. Nobody would really do that. I would be the only other crazy person that would be crazy enough to do the things he did. Okay? So that dude's earned everything he's got. But he's got to be, oh my God, disgusted with the crap. I got in the car a week ago, I think it was, that I went to go get something for breakfast, and they can't afford their traffic reports or something like that. I mean, that's how bad it is. Like the traffic reports, and what else did I hear? What was it? Something else that was like a joke. It was like a stock report or something. Like I don't really know how they even keep sponsors, to be quite honest. It's like they have no resources whatsoever there. We have more resources here than they do. It's crazy. Let's see. Would you agree that the Dolphins are back? No. We can't say that. I can say all I want about going to Arizona and winning the Super Bowl, but they have to actually do it, bro. You actually have to do, I can say the Panthers are back. Actually, the Panthers, well, you could say 96, they were pretty damn good because they got the Stanley Cup. But I can say the Panthers are back to being like a really good team because they're showing that now. You know what I mean? Dolphins haven't shown that. No matter how much I tell you I'm going to Arizona to win a Super Bowl this year with the Dolphins, I can say that, but that's just not the reality, my brother, okay? I'm not living in reality right now, okay? I'm living like in the future. I'm just telling you what the future is happening, right? I'm just kind of like, it's not, it doesn't look good right now, right? Because they haven't won anything. The season hasn't started or anything like that. So we can't say they've arrived until they actually arrive. No matter what my crazy ass thinks. No doubt that the big dog is carrying that. No, that's all that's left in that station, unfortunately. Your former boss will be begging you to come back. No, there's no shot. One, they're not begging me to go back. And two, there's no shot I would go back anyways. I'm having too much fun doing this. I don't answer to anybody. You know what I mean? That last thing I need to do is listen to some weasel named Len Weiner that knows nothing about this business and is as incompetent as it gets. Yeah, no. That's the problem in our business. We end up having people above us that have never accomplished anything in our business, and they're trying to tell you what to do. It's like, who the F are you, dude? You've never even had a radio show in your life. You've never had a consistent radio show in your life. Who the hell are you to tell me how to do a radio show? You know what I mean? And so that would be the problem. When I have to sit there and I got to listen to some weasel tell me how to do radio, and that dude couldn't hold my jock. If it's somebody accomplished, that's my boss, then I can listen and take the advice. But I can't listen to people that are just incompetent. Yeah, no, that's been my problem too. I've teamed up with too many people that are incompetent or liars or thieves. Yeah. Who has a bigger head, Big O or Joe Rose? That's a great question. It's a great question. Joe might get me by a bit, but not by much. Not by much. I'll tell you that. Does Parker get traded? I certainly hope so, man. Big O is our franchise voice of South Florida sports. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. JP on Sports says, once the games start, we can make assessments if they're back. A lot of variables on the field out on Sundays. Amen. Paco says, O is not afraid to say your full government name. Huh? O is not afraid to say your full government name. Oh, laughing my ass out. Okay. Yes, I'm never afraid. Eric says, comes down to O-line. If Liam steps up in year 2, see this coaching staff and lays it out well at right tackle, and Armstead stays healthy, this team is a contender. Otherwise, they are maybe a 9 or 10 win team. Yep. Let's see. Expectations this year should be playoffs and quality victories against top dogs like Bills, Bengals, Chargers, and Browns. I would agree with that. Joe had better hair. Joe doesn't have better hair than me, Miguel, or has. He doesn't have better hair than me. Nobody in radio has better hair than me. Okay? I take the hair challenge. Guarantee. I don't have to even dye my hair. See? Joe has to dye his hair. That's where I got him. Big O, does X get traded or does Greer? Is Greer? No, they are working on a contract. Will they get it? I don't know. They've given away a lot of money. I would imagine they're going to be asking for a lot of money too. Do we know if Tua's training with his wide receivers? Any videos? Don't know. Well, yeah, he is training with Lynn Bowden Jr., actually. I don't know if he's training with Tyreek yet. I don't know if Tyreek is in training mode yet. And Waddle. I know Waddle's doing his own training. Tua and Bowden train with the same guy with Perform. So they have the same trainer, so that helps. I don't know if you know what, maybe there's another receiver or two with the Dolphins that's with Perform that I may not know about. I will eventually have Tua's trainer on, by the way. Okay, I'm working on some stuff behind the scenes. So I'm trying to make it all, right. So I'm trying to set everything up. And if I can set everything up, then we will, do the interview. So I am working on getting Tua's trainer on the show. Okay. Big O, do you see Miami trading into the first round this season? It could have anything. It's Chris Greer, dude. It's Chris Greer. Anything and everything has happened, from Laramie Tunsil having to be traded because they offered you the world and trading for Tyreek Hill. Anything and everything is possible with Chris Greer. So I'm never going to put anything past that man anymore. After the Tyreek Hill one, because you got that day, don't you guys remember? Like, oh, he's on the trading block. I'm like, all right, Dolphin fans, don't start now. Because, Dolphin fans, the average Dolphin fan, wants to sign every free agent available and wants to trade for. I mean, how did the show start? Where's J.C. Tretter? and by the way, after we signed J.C. Tretter, not that they're signing J.C. Tretter, but let's say the Dolphins sign J.C. Tretter, I guarantee you after that, it's, hey, where's the Honey Badger? Right? Where's Bobby Wagner? That's the Dolphin, right? And if you remember last week, I was like, don't start with the Tyreek Hill thing. You guys want to trade for everybody. And then all of it, within like 5 minutes of me saying that, Ian Rappaport's reporting that the Dolphins and the Jets are the front runners for his service. I'm like, oh. So we now have something that we have to understand with Chris Greer. If you think you're out of something, you're wrong. Okay? If you think they can't trade for this guy or that guy, you're wrong. If you think they won't trade into the first round, you're wrong. If you think they won't trade out of the first round, you're wrong. And if you underestimate Chris Greer, you are wrong. So I'm never going to tell you that they can't make this move anymore. I learned my lesson with Tyreek Hill, okay? That guy is capable, and I'm talking about Chris Greer, of doing anything at any time at any moment. So they could end up with a first and second round. Okay? That's all I'm telling you. I'm not putting anything past that dude anymore, because nobody has wheeled and dealed in a Dolphin front office like that man has his first 3.5 years in charge. It is all anything and everything is possible with Chris Greer. It's pretty strong, I got to say. Big O, the Doobie Brothers became big when Michael McDonald came aboard. Before that, they were big. They got bigger once McDonald became a member. Well, I don't know where that came from, that conversation. But they were big anyway. I get what you're saying, the commercial success. Because, when you're singing, "Oh, Black Water, keep on rolling, Mississippi Moon, won't you keep on shining on." So when you're singing, "Jesus is just all right with me," those were all great songs, and they were big. They were huge hits. All right, because I remember playing for the Falcons for Carreño, and for those of you that played for the Miami Falcons when we were kids, football, baseball, and we used to sing "Oh Black Water, keep on rolling, Mississippi Moon." So we used to sing that in the bus on our way to Fort Pierce or Orlando or wherever we were going to go play some road games in football or in baseball. And so it was always big, but once McDonald joined and they got, What a Fool Believes and Minute by Minute and all that kind of stuff. Yes, I get what you're saying. They became a commercial success. They were a rock and roll success. They were always one hell of a band, and they always sounded great, and they've always had multiple singers. But there's no doubt that McDonald added that pop element to the Doobie Brothers that they did not have, and it took them to another level. I would agree with that. Yes. Um, you would think Waddle Hill and the rest of the receivers would have some kind of off-season throwing workouts with Tua. Yeah, it's going to happen. There's plenty of time, Newfoundland. Don't worry about it, dude. They're all working out. There's plenty of time for all of that. Christopher Henry says, "I love Ross and Greer. They are willing to go for it. There are some tight owners out there." You are correct. And you got to like that about Ross, that he is willing to take the chances and allow his people to take those chances. I agree with you there, Christopher. And there has to be a level of aggressiveness because that's what allowed the Panthers to do what they're doing right now, that they go out and they've acquired all kinds of people from Reinhardt to all the way now to Giroux. You know what I mean? So you are correct. Or Bobrovsky. Those are aggressive moves that you're making in order to go win a cup. And that's why you go and acquire Shaquille O'Neal. That's why you acquire Ray Allen and Shane Battier and LeBron James and Chris Bosh. And you continue to do those kind of things because you're trying to win. And you are correct, sir. There are owners that are tight and they're not going to take those chances. You don't see them take those kind of chances in Cincinnati. And I know they made it to the Super Bowl this year, but normally they're not making a lot of those trades and trying to take those kind of chances because that owner is not that kind of owner. So you are correct, sir. You have to like that. Look, when it comes to Stephen Ross, you have to like everything except one thing, and that he hasn't finished getting it done by putting the right people together. We're hoping that this is the crew now, finally. Front office and coaching staff, and it's the right mix, and they got it done. That's the only thing left for Stephen Ross. I know it's the most important one, by the way. I know how much better that stadium is not as important to all of you, even though every time you go to it, the experience is better. I know that it's nice to be able to sign all the players that you want to sign, but it's got to pay off. I know it's nice to build a new practice facility, but it's got to pay off. All of these things that he does, you know what I mean? And he's such a great custodian here of the franchise and also a part of our community saving the tennis tournament. Bringing a Formula One event here, which I've never been this monster Formula One fan or anything like that, but I got to tell you, I'm super intrigued about going to the race. I'd like to. I've never been to a Formula One race. I would love to go. I'd love to go to a place where I know for sure I'm the poorest individual at the event. It's great. It's great to know that. Knowing how much money is in that event, and I lack all of it. So I want to do that. So yes, Stephen Ross is the owner you want to have. He just has to finish off that one thing, dude. Winning. That's the only thing that will complete everything he does, because you really cannot complain about anything else with Stephen Ross. He's a good man. He's a good person. He's trying to win. He does some goofy things, going after, Harbaugh with Sperano in place, celebrating Tebow. He does some stupid things. He's done them in the past. And I don't know if he really bribed or tried to bribe Flores or not. Stupid. But, man, he will spend and he will do whatever it takes. And it shows you his desperation to win so badly that he'll do some dumb things. But he's a good owner, man. He is willing to spend. He needs to do one thing. Win. That's it, baby. He needs to do it. That will put him over the top. China Grove, rocking down the highway. Another park, another Sunday. Benny H, there you go, baby. Tua's going to be working with Bevel next week. Should improve his reads and mechanics. I don't think his reads or mechanics are really that much of an issue, my man. I think all that stuff clears up once you get a damn line and once you get a running game and you get real coaching. 456 in the chat and only 180 likes. Let's go, Big O followers. Get busy. Thank you, Greater Good. You are correct, sir. I don't understand. 464 people. There's only 184. Come on, man. Let's go. Smash it, please. Big O, even as lifelong Maple Leafs fan here in Toronto, much respect for the Panthers. They are built to succeed in the playoffs this year. I hope so, my brother. We have been waiting for this for a long time. And I'm waiting for it because I'm hoping that they have the success and the town goes crazy because these owners deserve it, man. They deserve it. They really do. Breaking from Stadium, Sham Sharania, Baylor's Kendall Brown is declaring for the 2022 draft. All right. He's a potential lottery pick. He has decided to leave school and declare for the draft. It's surreal. My game transfers really well, he says. So Sham Sharania breaking that one there. Big O, you watching the men's game tonight against Costa Rica? Yeah, if it's on, I'll watch it tonight. I'm not doing much tonight. I'm going to watch the Heat and the Celtics. I'll have that so I can put a little soccer on the side. I didn't even realize it was on, to be really honest. Okay? Didn't even realize it was on. Thank you for telling me. I'm sure I would have figured it out once I sat down. Those who failed to smash the like button are the closet Jet fans. You know it's sad but true. Oh, would you bet all of your Bitcoin Tua will be a top 10 QB this season and will bail or ball out? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would bet all of my Bitcoin, which is really not a lot because, I'm a working stiff. But yes, I'll bet all of my Bitcoin that Tua is going to ball out this year. Yes. The only thing that will stop Tua from balling out is one issue, and one issue only. And that would be anybody. Injuries. But if he's not injured, Tua's balling out. Yes. I would bet it. Saying Herbert is better based on size and arm is like saying Jeff George was better than Montana. Exactly. Win first. Show me you can win, And I know Justin Herbert's a great talent. Show me you can win. Because I didn't see those moments in Oregon, and I have yet to see them in the NFL. I see stats. I'm with you. Got to win. Win, win, win. Show me some. It's like, yesterday, some guy sends me, goes, we're doing the same thing with Tua that we did with Tannehill. We're waiting for him to develop and be a quarterback and this and that. And I said, I'm tired of these Tannehill and Tua comparisons. And the only reason they come up, it's because some of you that don't believe in Tua, all of a sudden you think that because you wasted 7 years with Ryan Tannehill, you're now doing the same thing with Tua, and that you're giving him an extended period of time to develop when we're going to make the same mistake we did with Tannehill. Well, see, that's the part that kind of pisses me off, quite frankly. Okay, because Ryan Tannehill never accomplished anything in college. Kind of like Justin Herbert. Okay? Well, he wasn't beating SEC teams. He didn't win a national title or anything. He wasn't in the playoffs, constantly or anything like that. Tua performed at the game's biggest moments. He won a national championship. That guy showed many times he had ice in his veins, and he played at a high level in the SEC. So when he comes here and you don't understand or want to give any reasoning to the lack of a line or running game or coaching, I can't help you. But meanwhile, Justin Herbert has the better coach, the better line, the better running game, and yet he wins the same amount of games, loses to Tua, can't get in the playoffs, yet they put him on a pedestal where he hasn't accomplished anything only because physically he is special. But like that last texter said, Jeff George physically was special. Jamarcus Russell physically was special. Achilles Smith physically was special. Vince Young physically was special. But at least Vince Young had the moments in college that I never saw from Justin Herbert. And so that's where I kind of fall with all of this. And when somebody compares Tannehill with Tua, I lose my mind because Tannehill has yet to accomplish anything. Not only did he not accomplish anything in college, where he had to even get benched, and you're comparing him to Tua, who had to beat people out and then save his program's ass and win a national title and compete at the highest level in the SEC and beat SEC teams. How are you going to compare the two? So you're not making the same mistake. This isn't the same situation that Tua's in and Tannehill, nothing alike. Tua's way more accomplished than Ryan Tannehill ever has been or ever will be, by the way. Because when Ryan Tannehill performs at a high level in a clutch moment, that'll be the first time he actually does it. And that's the difference. That's a guy that waits around to be a game manager in the right situations. That's not the way Tua was in Alabama. He was the difference maker. And he'll be a difference maker here. But you need other people to help you out. Unfortunately, many of you have this misconception that the quarterback carries you by himself. I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Where did Justin Herbert ever carry anybody by himself? I must have missed that great Oregon moment. Really, I must have missed it. I must have missed what's gone on with the Chargers, that he's just carrying them. The guy that's never had those moments, but some of you make it sound like he's the second coming. I get the talent. Show me that it translates to getting it done, because I can show you all kinds of talents that never got it done. By the way, there's a guy in New Orleans still trying to figure it out, and he's pretty talented. Name is Jameis Winston. Lots of guys have talent. Lots of guys have been able to put up numbers. Show me the key moments, the clutch moments where you come through and you elevate your team and you accomplish greatness. Show me. So maybe Justin Herbert becomes that guy this year. But when he does, I just want all of you to know out there, it'll be the first time in his entire career that he'll do it, because he never did it at Oregon. Most of his shining moments at Oregon were with his legs. Let's see. I agree, Big O. Tannehill has made a lot of Dolphin fans feel that way, and can't really blame them. Just win this year as the Dolphins fans can move on and up. Now that Tua has had a half-decent O-line, he will prove to everyone that he can throw more than 20 yards. He's going to throw a lot more than that. But the bottom line is he'll have time to find people and make plays. A refined Tua can be a top 10, 12 QB, and maybe could be a top 5, but there's a small chance of that happening. Well, if they take care of him, I think there's a chance that it will happen. Okay? Just like I feel, if you call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you will get right here the Sloman Shield. That's the man right there. Yeah, baby, Alarmo. Call him, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell him you heard it on the Big O Show. And right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, you will get a free doorbell camera right now. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. Do you want peace of mind when you're sleeping? Get the Sloman Shield. You want peace of mind when you're at work? Get the Sloman Shield. You want peace of mind when you go out at night? Get the Sloman Shield. And how about this? You want convenience? You're about to take a shower. Doorbell rings. There's the camera. You tell them, hey, listen, leave the package there. I'll be down in a few minutes. Boom. Everything's fine. You're on your way home. Somebody's bringing you some food. Hey, leave it there. I'll be there in a couple minutes. You pull in, your food's there. You got your dinner. It's a beautiful thing. Sometimes you got somebody shoveling and selling something and you don't want to talk to them. And you're sitting there watching television. You're going, man, I don't want to be bothered now. Let them ring the doorbell and don't answer. And let the dogs bark all the time. That's what I do. And eventually they go, yeah, nobody's answering, and they walk away. The Sloman Shield, baby. It protects you. It keeps you also protected from annoyance that's out there. And what I love is not only the doorbell camera connected to your smartphone, but all of the cameras in and around your house. Inside, watching our doggies. Outside, watching everything going on around your home. Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME. And let me tell you, the doorbell camera connects directly to your smartphone using, by the way, our low-cost central station monitoring. You're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME and tell them that Big O sent you. Sloman's Home Shield. All right. Tua's going to be great this season. He's going to be healthy and playing in a winning system with weapons and time. I hope so, my friend. I hope so. All right, let's get ready for hour number 4 on the program. And by the way, Alex Chizik is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. He is the head of listings of OK Coin. Exciting time right now for those of us that have been patient and we bought the dip. We are getting rewarded. All right, I got to tell you about some suffering that I'm enjoying. I got to tell you about, is there a divorce brewing in the NFL? Hour number 4. We talk about that next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill, good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're ready to roll. Yes. There we go. A little American Dream Lending. Yeah, adreamlending.com. If you need that mortgage, take advantage now. It's going to keep going up. Do it now. Eves does an excellent job, man. Good people and a great supporter of this program. We love Eve Shams, baby. And of course, American Dream Lending. All right. Did you see, Sean, did you see Mohamed Salah on the penalty kick where they were shining the lasers in his face and he ended up missing the penalty kick? Did you see that yesterday at all? No? So yesterday, Egypt was playing Senegal. And Senegal ended up advancing in the penalty kick 3-1. And during that time, they were heckling the Egyptian football players. And Salah was, the video shows how they're shining the lasers in his face, and he's got all these green lights all over. And Mohamed Salah is like, one of the 5 best players in the world. And he just sails the penalty kick like, I don't know. What would you say? That I guess that was his best Higuain impression? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, so listen. So Mohamed just completely misses it, right? And I'm seeing the laser thing, and they're showing it. And when they're showing it, do you know what I'm thinking of the entire time? I am thinking of, and if you can, Sean, do me a favor, take off the American Dream lending board here a second. When I'm watching Mohamed Salah get those lasers on his face, I'm only thinking one thing. I'm thinking back to school.
Bill Steinkamp.
Which, by the way, this scene is just awesome. Okay? It's just awesome. It's just awesome. He has a horn the first go around. And that's all I can think of is Robert Downey Jr. in Back to School heckling a diver. It's like, that was awesome. It's so good. It's so good. I wonder if anybody ever tried that after watching that movie. Did anybody ever do that to a diver? Because that would be just absolute. That's exactly what I thought of when I'm watching Mohamed Salah and all those lasers in his face, blinding him. And then he sails that thing out. I'm going, damn, Robert Downey Jr. is in the stands again. He strikes again. Oh, too much, man. Too much. But I did feel bad for the Egyptians and all that because, and it wasn't only Salah. They shined it on the other players too, who also did not do well. So it was just one of those deals. Big O, love the show from Hopeland, California. Well, thank you, Ron. I appreciate you. Ron on the all-night telethon. Checking in. Thank you, Ron. Real talk, Tua is projected to tear it up this year. I'm doing the reverse psychology effect. If I say he sucks, he will break the single-season passing record and make the playoffs. Go with it. Tony Reese says, I heard from a source that works at the Hard Rock Stadium that Baker was spotted at the stadium. Baker who? I don't know who we talk about here. Jerome Baker? I don't know who we're talking about. Mario the Baker? Mario the Baker around? Hey, Mario the Baker. Yo! Little Baked Ziti. Meat sauce. I love Mario the Baker. Oh, I used to go to the one on Old Dixie and 100 and is it 27th or 37th or something? What is it off? 125th or 35th? I forgot now. But I think it was 125th. Or maybe 135th. I don't know. Anyway, but I used to go to that Mario the Baker all the time. That was the original one, if I'm correct. Love that place. Oh, the garlic rolls were so good. So good. Although when I want garlic rolls, I like going over to the Big Cheese. Oh, wow. Big Cheese, man. They got some garlic rolls that they are garlic rolls to die for at the Big Cheese. If you never thought that garlic rolls to die for existed, then you haven't been to the Big Cheese. They have the garlic rolls to die for. Oh, are your insiders on vacation today? We are pushing Joe Shad back today. Today we don't. Today's a really light day today. Today is a lot of talk. Today's a lot of talk and questions from you guys and things like that. Today, normally we would have Joe Shad on. But we are going to have Joe Shad later in the week. So, unfortunately, no Joe Shad. We had the Inside the Paint show today, and we will have Alex Chiswick joining us at the bottom of the hour. Okay? I will say this. Oh, by the way, were you talking about Baker Mayfield? Was he progressively moving into our stadium now? Is that what you were talking about? That Baker? Anyway, so Mavs last night beat the Lakers 128-110. And no LeBron James. He's hurt his ankle. They've lost 3 in a row. San Antonio, which, by the way, has got the 10th spot. They're in the 11th spot. They've won 4 in a row in all of this. And they say that the injury for LeBron is, pretty bad and all that with the ankle. And who knows? Maybe LeBron's at this point like, this is over, dude. I'm not – why even try to make the playoffs and embarrass myself? And Russell Westbrook is a disaster, and everything is just a disaster for the Lakers. But I have to tell you this, and it's nothing against the Lakers and their fans or anything like that. I'm just not a LeBron guy. Okay? And I get it in this world, and especially athletes should be as selfish as possible because teams and owners and coaches are selfish and all of that. But to me, the way LeBron has kind of run his career roughshod all over the place, and because he's so desperate to try to beat Michael Jordan and be the man and all that. After he won the one in Cleveland, he goes, "Oh, I am the GOAT." And no, you're not, dude. You're never ever going to be the GOAT. You will never ever come close to Michael Jordan, no matter what you think you might accomplish. Okay? But there's a lot of this that to me, it becomes karma. Because the way he handled the Cleveland thing the first go around, instead of being a man and talking to the owner, even if the owner's a dick, you owe it to the fans in the city that you come from and say, hey, listen, I've tried everything here. I can't make it with this owner. I've got to move on. And at least everybody would then understand. But then you surprise them with the decision. And then you do the dick move here where you screw Riley. You wait purposely till after the moratorium's over so Miami can't get any better and get in your way, all of that crap. So and the other thing is when he came here, and I throw Bosch in this too, he forced Riley to have to trade for their bird rights. And those were all picks, first-round picks that they gave away for no reason at all when they could have just come over with no bird rights and stick it out and use those picks to better the team down the line. Instead, he left the team in a lurch. He left them without picks. He left after the moratorium. He did everything to screw the Miami Heat. And he got the break of a lifetime with a suspension with the Warriors, a break of a lifetime with the injury to Bam and Dragic. I am sick of LeBron James. I'm sick of the person LeBron James in basketball. Outside of basketball, I know he does a lot of phenomenal things and all of that. But to me, his level of selfishness, because if Dwayne Wade supposedly is your best friend, well, if you're going to join your best friend, don't force the team to give up a bunch of picks that they don't have to. Stick it through with your friend. And with Pat Riley, he's going to figure out ways to rebuild the team. He did without you. He got to the finals without you. And they've got one of the better teams right now in the league, better than your team without you. So Pat Riley would have been able to do it over and over again, but LeBron didn't want to because he wants to be in charge. And so if you want to be in charge, well, now you get what you deserve in Los Angeles. You put all this clown crap together. I hope you lose, and I hope you lose in a big way. And I hope you're criticized, and I hope you're ridiculed, and I hope you never win again. Okay? Maybe it's wrong for me to enjoy the demise of someone else, but I am enjoying the hell out of watching LeBron James lose. And if there's one thing that I nailed was somehow or another, I knew the Westbrook thing was never going to work with those guys. Because Westbrook is the guy that needs to be on a team where he's the guy. And not efficient, but that's who he is. Because he'll never be efficient, and he's not really a team player. And Durant figured that out, and said, I got to get the hell out of here. Because that guy's not smart enough to know that I'm better than him. And he should be doing everything to set me up. Instead, he's taking all kinds of ridiculous shots that he can't make because he's never been able to make it. So I am thoroughly enjoying the demise of the Lakers for LeBron James. And I hope it gets even worse next year, ladies and gentlemen. Because Russell Westbrook is an untradeable piece. Nobody wants that. And Anthony Davis is the softest player there is in the NBA next to Ben Simmons. Because Ben Simmons is soft mentally. Anthony Davis is soft physically. So, I am enjoying this thoroughly. I hope LeBron James loses and loses big for a long time to come. All right, the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program. Robert Downey Jr.'s bit laying on his back with his legs spread further than Linda Lovelace and moaning, "Do me," in front of the Rodney's son and girlfriend. Classic. Yeah, it was. It was, yeah. No, he was great. Robert Downey Jr. is just a great actor, period, from everything that he's done. But that role of his, of the goofball there, he played it to a T, dude. He was fantastic. That's just Back to School is just one of those movies that you just stop to see every single time. And there's still parts that make me laugh. I still kind of laugh with that scene with the heckling of the diver. I still laugh at that, man. Let's see, what else do we have here? Where are we at right now? We got 263 likes. We got 390 right now. Let's go. Let's hit it, man. Let's hit it. By the way, could we be headed for a divorce? I'm not talking about our program, right? No. Sean and I are very happy here. We're not going anywhere. Sean and I want to keep this thing going for many, many years to come. No, so we're not divorcing radio here. Okay. Last time I checked, Sean's not getting a divorce. Well, I don't think he's married yet. So there's no divorce for him. I'm not getting a divorce. No. But do we have a divorce about to happen in the NBA, or is it brewing, is what I would like to run by some of you out there. Robert Kraft is unhappy with the Patriots about one thing. So at the owners' meetings, he was addressing the reporters, and he says, it bothers me that we haven't been able to win a playoff game in the last 3 years. So Tom Brady's final season was 10-7, and they lost in the wild card round of that one. Then they went 7-9. And then obviously this past season, and they still haven't won any playoff games. So the owner that has all these titles, the owner that has the best coach in the history of the game, Bill Belichick is considered the GOAT. How much pressure is on the GOAT going into this season when the owner says, I'm not happy we haven't been able to win any playoff games? This is the same owner that went to the Super Bowl that Tom Brady was playing in, was in a suite when Tom Brady won the Super Bowl, and then went to go celebrate with Tom Brady when he won the Super Bowl for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Super classy move on his part. Also shows that Robert Kraft was probably, which we all know, not the person that wanted to get rid of Tom Brady, i.e. Wayne Huizenga and Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy was dying to trade Marino and never could trade Marino. Just thought of something. Anyway, so you think about it, he now is publicly talking about the GOAT, the coach. Well, I'm not happy we haven't been able to win a playoff game. So is he indirectly saying, well, so far Bill hasn't shown me he can win playoff games without Brady? Last time I checked, Matt Castle was out for the whole year. And Brady was out for the whole year. And Matt Castle couldn't win the division. It was the Dolphins that won it that year. So you haven't accomplished anything without Brady, is kind of what he's saying. And so I don't think he's on the brink of getting fired or anything if he doesn't make the playoffs this year. But that comment is the start of the end. It may not be at the end of this season, but in another season or two, if it continues in this trajectory, he's going to eventually run out of patience, believe it or not, even if it's the GOAT. How screwed up is that? When that owner came out and said that yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I think it was, you have to whoa, wow. So that's maybe why Belichick did things that were unorthodox, like spending a lot of money in free agency last year. You wonder if he's now feeling the pressure of the inner pressure, not from the owner, but hey, I got to prove to people that I can win without Brady. And so far, he has proven to us he cannot win without Brady. Brady has proven he can win without Belichick. So when the owner said, I'm not happy we haven't won a playoff game in 3 years, Belichick could not have been happy to hear that. That's the fuse being lit. I don't know how long this fuse will last. A year, 2, 3, but it's been lit. The clock has started. The hourglass has been turned around. I don't know how long it is. Something's got to give. Belichick's got to win, or the owner's going to run out of patience when the sands of time are done. All right, let's get into a little crypto, man. We promised you. Alex Chiswick, baby, the head of listings for OK Coin. Having a good week, too, now that we're bouncing back. I got a lot of things to talk about with him. We will do that next. Give us a minute. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Alex Chiswick, the head of listings for OK Coin. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing better than Belichick, apparently.
Yeah, man. When he said that 2 days ago, I'm not happy we haven't won a playoff game in 3 years. That's a shot across the bow, dude. I mean, that, when the owner is with Brady after you fire him, and he's with Brady in Tampa, is celebrating, you knew right away, if you didn't figure it out by then, obviously the problem with Brady was Belichick and Brady the whole way, and it had nothing to do with the owner. So
by the way, better than my Bears, okay? So that's all I got to say, better than my Bears.
Oh, but maybe you guys got a quarterback now, man. Who knows?
We have a quarterback. We've been saying this since what,
42?
Yeah, 42? Exactly. Since
1951, I don't know, something like that. Yeah. No, I mean, when I would watch Walter Payton, and this might be before your time, but I'm watching Walter Payton. It's Bob Avellini and Vince Evans as his quarterbacks and all that, and then finally he got McMahon, And let me tell you, if McMahon doesn't get his shoulder slammed into the ground by George Martin from Green Bay, McMahon may have had a Hall of Fame-like career after that because he was a tough and clutch sumbitch, and he had one hell of an arm, dude. He had a great arm. Yeah,
he did. But since then, it's been pretty brutal. But
yeah, it's been bad. It's been bad. But by the way, I just want to thank you, okay? Sure. Because I've been nagging at you to get Cadena for a while, and you finally got me some Cadena in there. Thank you, and I loaded up on Cadena, by the way, which so thank you, sir. Thank you for adding Cadena. You were I think what was the stat? You guys were the first U.S. exchange to well, by the way, how in the hell do two Brooklyn boys, who for those that don't know, it's two Brooklyn boys that put together Cadena. How does it take this long to get the Brooklyn boys on an American exchange?
Oh well, we can't say all the trades of the secret, but yeah. Listen, it's we obviously abide by all the rules of the U.S. markets, and sometimes those rules.
I'm excited for them. I'm excited for Cadena. I really am. Because if from what I understand, obviously I'm not smart enough at that level, but from what I understand and how they've gotten Bitcoin technology and they have figured out a way to scale it.
Proof of work. It's scaled proof of work.
Yeah, scaled proof of work, that's pretty cool. And that it can get in kind of like, in other words, it's kind of like the parachains that they're doing with Polkadot, that they can continue to expand the parachains. From what I understand, it's kind of the same concept. Again, I'm an idiot. I didn't go to school for that kind of stuff. So, but from what I'm understanding, it's kind of the same. Maybe different, but kind of same concept. You
gotta come join our team. You can join. You can join our team. You'll do. We'll switch. I'll host the show. You're gonna go. You're gonna go research all the tokens. You're gonna kill it. You're gonna do. Your stuff. That's. Guys, Orlando here, he knows his stuff. That's good.
By the way, when are we going to get Theta now? I need Theta on the thing. I don't want to buy it from Gate.io anymore and pay the damn gas fees, bro. You guys, your fees are the lowest everywhere. Please bring Theta. I want to load up on Theta. Oh, God. I love
All right. Heard loud and clear.
Are we getting staking? Are we getting staking for Cadena, by the way?
In the pipeline. It's in the pipeline. We have a long pipe of a lot of things that we're trying to do. And look, we're always improving the exchange, always making it better. So we hear you. Cadena is a popular one. Guys, go buy some Cadena. It's a solid chain. We had an AMA with them on Twitter Spaces. It was by far the biggest AMA we've had. People love the project. It's a solid project. They're all they're Brooklyn boys, and they're all old or former Wall Street guys. They know the space, they know institutions. They know they're solving for their own pain points, which is always good. And it's a solid chain. It's a very, very solid chain.
So
tell me.
After hindsight is 2020, we don't want to see wars. We don't want to see what happened in Canada. Did these things kind of fast forward what's going on? I know it also helps that our boy with damn it, I'm brain farting now with he's got from Terra USD. He's buying all this Bitcoin now.
Oh, yeah, he's buying all this Bitcoin. He bought $1 billion or so in Bitcoin.
Yeah, so that's helping obviously the pump. And Sailor now is about to buy another 200 million. But the actions of around the world, unfortunately, have also kind of thrusted. And I think it kind of fast forwarded a little bit our mass adoption, because I'm not really expecting mass adoption for another year or 2 or 3. But it might have fast forwarded a little bit some of the actions that happen around the world lately.
I think what's happening in the world is going to look. There are some short-term moves in the market. Overall, it's going to pick up mass adoption for sure. I think people are starting to see why, especially for Bitcoin in this case, why Bitcoin exists, why a form of money that can't be controlled by the government exists. Look, all the other chains, in some way, shape, or form, can be confiscated and stopped by the government. They're all Ethereum sits on a lot of AWS servers. Now, all the Ethereum folks out there, I'm a big fan. I'm not hating on Ethereum, and it's fairly distributed, fairly centralized. But nothing is as decentralized as Bitcoin. You don't need an internet connection to run a Bitcoin node and to move Bitcoin from one end to the other. Many people don't fully understand, and no government can say, block the wallets, or like stop the wallets. So in Canada, they tried. I forgot they tried. They said like, hey, to a private hot wallet company. I forgot the name, Nunchuck, I think, that IO or something like that. And these guys said, well, you don't understand how crypto works. You don't understand how Bitcoin works. And so I think people are starting to get that, hey, if you have wealth, and fundamentally wealth is a purchasing power. We're talking about, there's all of this FUD out there about, the Russian oligarchs are using crypto to, launder money. That's bullshit. It just, frankly, the market isn't liquid enough. And there was a great exchange between Elizabeth Warren and the CEO of Chainalysis, which
But he didn't want to. But she didn't want to listen to him. He's trying to explain to her this can all be tracked and traced. The exchanges like yours, the banks that are not allowed to already trade, so you've taken them off, and you will not be able to accept any money from those banks. I mean, for Christ's sake, we just tracked down 2 people that stole a few $1 million of Bitcoin like 8 years ago that turned into a couple billion. And why? Because every damn coin is traceable, because there's a number tied to it all. And they were able, with the right software, to track them down. That's what people don't understand. It actually becomes more secure than ever here than our traditional ways of doing things.
Absolutely. And when you do the SWIFT system, we pushed Russia off the SWIFT system.
Right.
You're literally faxing things back and forth. You're like, I have this on my account. What do you have in your account? And you reconcile accounts. That's why it takes 10 days for an ACH to go through. That's why it takes a day and a half. And God forbid it's a weekend or a holiday for the wire to go through. There was another fascinating in that same.
By the way, while they're all taking a cut along the way.
While they're all taking a cut, for sure, because you need all the, the system worked for an antiquated, part, just like, I don't know, horse and buggy worked before we got email. Email is a lot faster than sending a mail. Carrier pigeons worked as well. It didn't get there 9 out of 10 times, but one carrier pigeon flew to the other. It's just technology.
Yeah, but it's a pain in the ass, because that carrier pigeon could not bring my pair of sneakers. It just didn't have enough strength. Damn it, man.
Seriously.
I thought I had Amazon Prime pigeon, and it just didn't work. Damn.
Amazon APP is they called Amazon Prime.
That's it.
No, but seriously, right? It's like we think about this stuff when we start yelling at new tech. We've always yelled at new tech. Everything, like the internet was almost regulated out of existence in the early 90s when it was coming out. So many people don't know about this, or in the mid 90s, excuse me. It's like everyone is always afraid of, this new tech will do X, Y, Z. Technology in general improves human life. This is just another step in tech, and it's going to improve human life. You can use anything for bad, and you can use anything for good. And I think the fact that with crypto, the fact that you can follow the coins, ultimately, it'll be the worst place to do illegal activity. The worst. Before, when crypto started, when Bitcoin started in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, was it used for illegal activities? Of course. Why? Because, frankly, drugs, porn, all this stuff, the dirty industries.
It ran it. But
they're the first to adopt any technology.
Right.
VCRs, DVDs. We talked about DVDs, how great they were. Porn was the first one to adopt DVDs. VCR, same thing. It's just a natural state of things, right? It's like the ones that have a hierarchy of need, so to speak. But it was a nascent little industry. Nobody cared if someone stole a couple thousand from someone else.
Right.
Now that it's a big industry, it's the worst. With
So
eyeballs.
now institutional money is in. Now corporations are involved. Now governments are involved. Now it's a whole different ballgame. And back then, it was always public, but nobody cared because the only people that were in it were nothing that didn't matter. Now it's public and everybody's going to be involved. And whatever illegal business you may try is going to get exposed because the blockchain is public.
Absolutely.
Understand.
Absolutely. And it's so funny because you have all these drug deals that happen with suitcases of US dollar cash. Like still today, they're bringing suitcases of cash and then they launder cash money. So what, do we stop the US dollar?
Yeah. And there are no laundering money through businesses in the blockchain. That's not going to happen. You can't do that.
You cannot.
It's actually the safest way. Once the problem is the ignorance. The problem is the intimidation.
Yeah.
The problem is the education.
Yeah.
So once we cross those three things, you stop being intimidated. You start getting educated about it. Then we can actually move on and you can leave the ignorance behind, because that's what I saw from Elizabeth Warren. I saw a woman that clearly has no concept of what crypto is. And so she's just fed some Facebook facts and she just goes off of it. And that's the sad part, because she had an incredibly intelligent human being in front of her that she could have actually picked up an education, but instead she was so busy trying to win her argument that she just ended up looking like a horse's ass. All right, so let me ask you something on the Bitcoin part. I've been talking about this the last couple of days, and one of the things that I love, the two pumps we had this year were parabolic pumps. And we just shot up, and then we shot right back down, and we had a correction. Notice now, we go up, find a little plateau, we go up. We've been stuck right now here at 47, 48. We've been stuck for 3 days now. And I keep telling everybody, this is the healthy climb we did not have the last two times around. When it climbs a little and it falls and it ends in a floor for a while, and then it goes back up again and floors another floor, and that's the healthiest way it can grow. Agree or disagree on that?
Look, agree. When the first time it went from, it was like 10 and 20, then it shot from 20 past 30. I think it went up to 40, dropped down to 30, then went back up to 65. It was massive retail FOMO, right? And institutional FOMO back then. Then it dropped to 30, went back up to 69 or 68 some, Bitcoin in this case. A lot less institutionals were coming in. And so one way of looking at the climb and the appetite, because by the way, before when the market was nascent, retail was driving it, right? And retail to a large extent is still driving the sentiment. But
by
now
the way, retail is you and me, folks. That's what he means by, just so you'll know, retail is just the average person.
That's right. So that's a good clarification. Retail is us, and institutionals are corporations. There's always traders on both sides, people that just buy, sell, scalp, move in and out. But I'm talking about more or less the move. Bitcoin is so big now that to move something that big, you need massive institutional money, corporate treasury money. There's a secret way of looking at the market that I like to look at. It's called the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. So the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, its stock ticker is GBTC. It's owned by the DCG, which is one of the biggest companies in crypto. The Grayscale Trust used to sell at a premium to NAV. What's NAV? That's net asset value. So basically, let's call a Bitcoin costs $1,000. So one Bitcoin Trust share will cost you $1, 1 to 1,000. Bitcoin goes up to 20,000, the share costs 20,000. Okay. Before, because there was so much demand for the shares, once you sell it on the primary market to investors, it's 1 to 1. Then it decouples and then it's traded on the secondary market, on the stock market. And so because of so much demand, people are expecting Bitcoin to go up, institutional folks. It was selling at a premium. So 15, 20, sometimes 50% premium, which means that if a Bitcoin costs 20,000, you're buying the share not at $20, but at $30. Okay. So it's 50% premium. Right now, it's anywhere between 20 or 30% discount to NAV, which means that the institutionals are not yet ready to go fully in. And this climb that we have, like you said, is a very healthy climb of consolidation, hardening. Think about it from a and I'm not the best trader. I'm not very good at price predictions, but I do understand human sentiment pretty well. And so think about the first time you go out and try something. Let's call it rock climbing. You're on the harness, you get up and you're 10 feet off the ground, you look down, you're like, oh my God, I can fall. It's scary, right? And then you fall and you see it catches you. Then you go up to 20, 30 feet and maybe fall a little bit or take a harder slope and it catches you. And then you're like, you know what? That 10-foot drop, that was nothing. 20-foot drop, that was nothing. I've been there before. In sports, you guys do a lot of sports. What, always you say to a football team, you're like, hey, act like you've been there before. Or you create pressure, right? Before playoff games, you have practice with noise and people yelling at you. You want to create that environment. So for Wall Street, this is the first time they're getting in. This is the first time. Plus, you have Canada. Plus, you have interest rates hikes. Plus, you have Russia. You have massive geopolitical risk that's hitting you. Plus, you have the China thought of China banning or not. Then you have the thought of U.S. banning or not, of Biden's executive orders. You literally have all of the negative news slamming this thing down all at once. And it's staying at 36,000 per coin when this thing started at like a couple pennies. Just think about that. So all the people that sold at the top or got out or got scared and spooked, Wall Street folks, because they have career risk. It's their career. If they lose money, they're fired, right? And they don't trust this thing yet. They're going to fall. It's going to come back up. And they're going to say, you know what? I remember that was like practice when coaches yelling at me when we had those things. It's like the quarterback. You're getting into the playoff game. You want that first hit. You got that first hit, boom, you're down.
Right.
Okay, I'm good. I'm with it now. I got that first hit. Now let's go. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this is the moment, I think, where Bitcoin got hit, and it could get hit one more time, one more flush out, as they call it. Then it's going to be, let's go. I'm trying to keep a PG on your show here.
No, I got you.
Yeah, let's go moment coming up soon because people are going to realize that, okay, it was a fall. I get it. We got hit with all of the massive geopolitical and financial risk.
And it held strong.
And we held strong. Exactly.
Yeah. And it didn't go. Some were saying 20. But, I had a buddy of mine. No, I'm waiting for it to hit 30, 33. And I'm like, dude, you got to keep DCAing. Keep DCAing because you're waiting for a moment that may never come. And now we're at 47. And I told them, you waited for a moment and it never came. Meanwhile, I took advantage at 38 and at 37, at 36, at 35, at 34. I got to 34 and then that's it. And then it started back up again. And then we've held super strong. And that's where I think, and now with all the, that's where I don't believe 2018 and all these other things that people were talking about. The technical analysis does not fly anymore. It's not as accurate because you were just talking about the early days of Bitcoin. It was a different client. Then after it has developed and how it's developed in 2022, the amount of institutional money that's now in there compared to 2018 is not even close. So now we have a much bigger and stronger foundation, just like the stock market does. Because it's the same thing. We're all involved in the stock market and retail, but don't kid yourselves. It's the institutional money that keeps the stock market going and living and breathing the way it is and stable the way it is. And that's what we need in the crypto market. And that's what's coming in now. That's what's Grayscale believing in it. All these other JP Morgan, all these people that are on board. Mr. Wonderful hated crypto a little over a year ago. Now Mr. Wonderful thinks crypto is wonderful. You know what I mean? He's one of the the sharks. Yeah,
exactly.
Go ahead.
And same thing for Mark Cuban, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, yes.
Same thing for Chamath. Look, any solid investor. Ray Dalio, by the way, he's a very
another guy.
He posted on LinkedIn. I remember a year ago, it was this post like, look, I can see Bitcoin's a great, technological innovation, which it is. All this is tech. But I don't necessarily see a point of it. It's going to get banned. Prove me wrong. And now Bridgewater, the largest hedge fund in the world, his hedge fund is going in. Now it's a small allocation, but that's okay. The point is you got to get your toes wet. You dip your toes into it. And then any smart investor that's taken the time, Michael Saylor says this, and he's 100% correct, that's taken the time to learn about Bitcoin. And I'm talking about Bitcoin specifically separate than crypto, because crypto, has its own different risks. But that learns about Bitcoin and about the blockchain technology becomes a believer. And then there's this whole narrative of Bitcoin versus everything else. There's a lot of FUD with environmental and energy. I went to a top MBA program for green energy, and I think Bitcoin is actually going to be the one thing that's going to drive green energy adoption across the world, really accelerate it. Okay, so all these things are just talking points, and anyone studied Bitcoin and crypto at length and put in the time comes out the other side saying, "Holy shit, this is going to revolutionize the world, and I need to get in. And why don't I have enough money to buy more?" And I'll just say this last thing. There's a meme in the crypto space, and for those of you who are deep in it, you're kind of crypto wealthy. A lot of these folks have become millionaires, but you're eating ramen noodles and you're living in some studio apartment, because when you understand what it is, you literally can't scrape up enough money to put into more into crypto. Look, I'm not advocating this lifestyle actually, but it's a kind of a tongue-in-cheek meme that's fairly true. Don't go all in. Have enough that you can live on. Don't jeopardize your lifestyle. Ultimately, we make money so that we can enjoy it with our friends and loved ones and family. Don't overextend yourself. Don't use leverage. Do not use leverage. Okay?
Never.
Ever.
You know what I always say? Sean, do me a favor. I just sent you something on your Twitter there. Pull it up for me on the screen here for me, because I want to show something to people, because there's a lot of FUD out there. But I always tell people, Alex, don't invest your rent or your mortgage. Invest the money that you don't need. The money that you would have put in your savings account, and it can sit there if you have patience. If you don't have patience, also do not invest in crypto, because as I was just explaining this before you got on here, we are now creating the new financial institution or financial what's it called, system that our world is going to go by, not just our state, our country, or whatever, our world. This is not going to happen overnight. This is going to take a couple of years to figure everything out. And for everything, inoperability, we have to overcome all of that. All these chains have to be connected. We haven't gotten there. All of that stuff. You have to have patience.
It's a beautiful
discretionary income and patience are your two keys. And then the other one is you must do your homework. You must read up on everything. And so this is the chart that came out the other day. And for those of you, if you look at it there, and I pulled it up, and it shows the carbon emissions compared to everything. Bitcoin is on the far left, the yellow one. Okay? You see it there. And so if you look at it, tumble dryers on the far right create
Stop
more.
trying to close.
Okay?
Stop close, everyone. Why aren't we talking about tumble dryers? Why aren't we going after GE?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Air conditioners, marine transport, and aviation industry are the ones in the three in the middle. They're the ones that create more carbon emission problems. Meanwhile, people are talking about Bitcoin on the far left. And look at it. It's the gold industry is right next to it, and it's worse on emissions and our environment. These are the things, and that's the problem that happens in our world. And people like Elizabeth Warren, they end up repeating this stuff without actually doing their homework. And that's the problem here. And they say, oh, it's terrible for the environment. Actually, dude, hair dryers are worse. It's like, come on, dude. I mean, tumble dryers are worse. I mean, come on, man. It's ridiculous. It's just, again, it's just a matter, what I said before, the ignorance. And you said it too. It was like with the internet. it's just one of those things that it's so new. You're so intimidated. You're like, oh no, dude, no, this will never work. Or what? You're gonna fly? What? You're gonna go to the moon? What? Mobile phones? Oh, get out of here. I mean, you know how the mobile phone happened, right? That AT&T, they thought it was a ridiculous technology and they gave it to this lesser company. And then the lesser company made themselves billions because they became the mobile monsters out of it all. So that shows you that the people that were in the phone business didn't think that cell phones were going to work. That's how ignorant they were about it. Think about that one. How crazy that is.
For sure.
What did you bring up here, bro? What is this?
So this is an incredible website. This is the University of Cambridge. Okay. If you click accept, the University of Cambridge has an unbiased study of Bitcoin. Now, this is all of the power used. So people talk about Bitcoin power, how much power it uses. It's different than emissions, because you can use more power, and if it's all green, you have zero emissions, and you're using a whole lot of power, which we should be thankful for. That's a really good thing. So here, people, if you go to comparisons, for example, or mining map, this website for your viewers, I go to all the time. It's an unbiased. University of Cambridge is a very reputable source, and it talks about what's used where, terawatt hours, and this will paint a quote unquote worse image of Bitcoin just because it uses power. Doesn't mean it creates emissions. It uses a more proportionate green power, over 50% green power than anything else. And so you can keep on scrolling down. There's a lot of interesting things here about, what they're doing versus gold. So look at this. This is interesting, right? So go back up. So look at Bitcoin is actually, call it equal in terms of terawatt hours power usage as gold. Remember? But if we see your other chart for emissions, it has a third of the emissions.
Right.
So they're using the exact same power, but Bitcoin is a third of the emissions. Why? Because they use renewables, and gold uses dirty energy. So it's not even close when we're talking about these comparisons. But if you scroll down more, there's a lot of good stuff in here. They have country ranks. They have like this they're showing industries. Bitcoin uses, again, less than data center, less than cement, right? Less than copper mining, much, much less, order of magnitude less than air conditioners, 20 times less than air conditioners. Right. So it just puts things into perspective. And again, this is power, not emissions. Right. And you have loss and waste. I love this website because when people talk to me about renewable energy and Bitcoin and come up with this FUD, I just point them there and say, look, you don't trust Cambridge? Cambridge is a pretty good university, not, to trust. But I guess you'll have naysayers everywhere.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's how this world is. They will create whatever narratives they want. So I don't know if you can reveal what other coins do we have coming up on OKCoin? Anything new?
We'll have some good ones.
Theta. Like, anything coming up? I mean, just, so at least tell us when the next coin is going to be unveiled. Do we know?
Next coin was Secret, which is proof for deposits on JAWS now, and then the trading is opening up. Actually, trading opened up yesterday. So take a look at the Secret network. It's a very, very good coin. I
don't know anything about. I gotta look it up. I don't know anything about Secret coin.
Privacy driven coin.
So it's like a Monero. It's like a Zcash.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a new age Monero and Zcash. Okay. And then we'll have some. We'll bring some meme coins, a couple good memes up. But we're typically chasing good projects. So DeFi projects, Layer 1 projects. Will, because of the Bitcoin Odyssey fund that we started, which supports the Stacks ecosystem, we put together a bunch of top-notch venture capitalists in the space. All the big players are in. We raised 170 million to go to the Stacks ecosystem. So we're going to see a lot of projects coming off, building on Stacks and Bitcoin in the next 3 to 4 months. We'll probably start getting some of those through the accelerator and getting them listed. If they, of course, pass legal and compliance. So we're going to have an exciting summer, that's for sure. We're going to see, we might see a little bit of a slowdown in the next month or so from a listings perspective, but then it's going to pick back up very, very, very heavily.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. As always, you can follow him on Twitter at Mr. EBITDA. Is that how it's pronounced?
EBITDA. It's a financial term. It's a financial term. So it's a term the companies are all judged on.
Oh, okay.
Essentially,
EBITDA? Say it. How do you pronounce it?
EBITDA.
Oh, EBITDA. EBITDA.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. EBITDA on Twitter. And he, of course, is Alex Chiswick, the head of listings for OK Coin. And remember, you can also hit my link there on Twitter, and we can share $100 of Bitcoin and make your investments. Cadena. I told you about Star. I hope you've been loading up on Star Atlas, boy. I have loaded up on
Star
this.
Atlas has been hit.
Oh my God. Wow. Do we have any staking coming for Star Atlas?
Well, it's we need to have some games coming from Star Atlas because they have this.
Oh, that's right. Until the gaming really starts. Yes. It's going to be hard
because they have an inventory management program. But yes, it's all definitely all coming.
It's a beautiful thing. Alex, as always, my brother, it's a pleasure talking crypto with you, my brother. I look forward to it. Thank you, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate you. There you go. Alex Chiswick, the head of listings for OK Coin. Love having that segment with him and talking crypto. As you know, I can talk crypto. I don't mind talking crypto. I don't mind talking money and making you money. Okay? Making all of you a little money out there. Ah, Lordy. What else do we have? That's a pretty good one. You know, I got to mention something that I thought of on the sports side to close out with something Dolphins wise that I never realized this when I was just talking about this. That picture of Dan Marino talking to Tua on the field. And, my interpretation of that moment was, hey, kid, you're not the problem. Don't worry about what's going on. Rise above it, and sure enough, that's what's happened. They got rid of Flo. They knew he was the problem. They believed in the kid. They stuck with Tua. He's fought through it and all of that. Earlier I was talking about the past and what has happened with certain things that happen here in Miami. And now I just thought of something. Did you know that Dan Marino and Tua Tagovailoa have something in common? They do. No, it's not the height. No, it's not the arm strength. Okay. No, I know. We're not going to get into the obvious things that some of you are going to put out there. Dan Marino and Tua had to deal with a guy that didn't like him. So Dan Marino could relate to Tua a lot because Jimmy Johnson didn't want Dan Marino. He wanted to trade Marino. And Flo didn't want Tua. He wanted somebody else in that draft. He was against the drafting of Tua. And he chose to start him against the Rams out of all people, which normally you start him against an easier opponent. He chose Brissett over Tua. And Jimmy Johnson takes over the Dolphins. Huizenga doesn't let him trade Marino. So I now think about this because I've thought about Flo being resentful of Tua and that he was kind of against him in a way, kind of sabotaging him. So aren't you smart enough if you're Jimmy Johnson not to take away Irving Fryer and Keith Byers and Kirby and company and take away an audible system from Marino and make him with a check with me, which is either you run this pass play or the run play that goes with that pass play, and that's it. It's either or. Marino couldn't check out of a completely different play under Jimmy. Sabotaged. So I think about this, and You know, when I was talking before, I told you I thought about something, and we were talking about the other football issue, that came up to my mind. And I started to think about this, and I go, holy shit. This is the second time that's happened in Dolphin history, that the head coach couldn't stand the player he was coaching, and it was the quarterback. So, you know, it's just one of those things that I kind of, and now I'm thinking about that conversation with Marino and Tua. It's like, yo, kid, you're not the problem. I've been through this. I know what it's like to have the dick coach that doesn't know how to do what you need to get done. I never thought of it that way until just a little while ago when we were talking, and I said, oh, I thought of something, and I stopped to make a note. I made that note because I wanted to have a separate segment for that, to talk about that, because it's, remember I've told you, every relationship in the world needs to be nurtured, right? Country and country, if you want to get along and not end up at war, and you want to trade and you want to work together, man and woman, or woman and woman, man and man, however your relationship is, you must work together, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is, partners in a business. You adopt a dog. You must love it and create a relationship with it. You're not just going to adopt a dog and throw it in the corner and just throw food at it and never give it love and attention. It's got to be nurtured, right? You got kids. You got to nurture that, right? You got to tell them you love them. You got to support them. You got to hug them. You got to be with them through the really tough times and support them. You got to be there in their good moments and egg them on and celebrate it, right? That's how you connect. That's how you nurture a relationship. Tua's relationship with Flo was never nurtured. Jimmy Johnson's relationship with Dan Marino, I know because I was around it every single day, was never nurtured. In fact, it was sabotaged and destroyed. And it forced Dan to retire in a fashion that he never deserved ever. And I'll never be happy with that, by the way. I'll never be happy with Jimmy Johnson because of that. So I think about all of that and just, put it there in the back memory. And I don't think a lot of people have realized that this has happened twice. And Tua went through a lot of the same bullshit that Dan Marino had to go through with Jimmy Johnson. So two guys that do have some stuff in common. Little did we know, or little did we realize. Rod says, I agree, Big O. I won't ever forget or forgive either. No, me neither. Jimmy will never get that break from me, ever. How he treated Marino, well, that he lost me with the way he treated Marino. I don't give a shit what he did for the Canes. It's great. I'm happy for it, but he was still an underachiever with the Canes too, because losing the Penn State game showed that he could make really stupid and ignorant decisions on the field. Vaughn954 says this season is going to be exposed how much Flo was responsible for things that were wrong with this team. Flo legit was sabotaging his QB. It's clear as day, as he has a God complex. Susie says JJ needed Watson to go with Cecil Collins, Lawrence Phillips, and the Chain Gang. Big O, you have to check out Rodney Dangerfield on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson on YouTube. You'll laugh your ass off. Dude, I saw it when it first happened. I'm old, my brother. I've seen that. Plus, you know what? Over the years on YouTube, I've run into all kinds of Rodney appearances on The Tonight Show, and I always watch it. So I've done all of that over and over again too myself, actually, for all kinds of comedians. But thank you for looking out And man, I got to tell you, I love YouTube. It is awesome. All right. I also love every one of you out there for tuning in. Don't touch it. Don't even move, because Sean Stanley's coming up right now with Squared Circle Digest. He's going to talk a little wrestling for all of you out there. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, 9 to 10 a.m. this morning. If you missed the Sloman's Inside the Paint show, you can rewind right here to go check it out yourself, or wait for the podcast. I think the audio podcast might be up already, because Sean is a beast. He probably has it up there. Alex Chiswick, if you missed that interview and you're trying to get educated on crypto, we try to do our best. And so there you go. You can listen to that interview. I thought that was an absolutely awesome interview with Alex and very informative. And I think it also educates folks on some of the crap that's out there that people just don't understand about crypto. So I thought we did a good job of clearing up some of those things. So great conversation with him. Tomorrow we will be loaded with all kinds of insiders, as always. Today was more of a talk day, obviously. So hopefully we will be loaded tomorrow with all kinds of guests. We will see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one. Stay tuned. Square Circle Digest is next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
All right, it is time. Squared Circle Digest taking the airwaves here on the Big O Radio Show YouTube channel. It is Wednesday, and of course, just got done with the Big O Show. So now I take over, talk a little wrestling for the next few minutes, and get you ready for what is AEW Dynamite tonight. Then we have WWE SmackDown WrestleMania, the Hall of Fame ceremony, and then, of course, 2 nights of WrestleMania. This one will be 2 nights that are pretty damn good. I got the cards here. We're going to go over that. It's going to pretty much take up a lot of the show tonight. WrestleMania, of course, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony is going to be Stone Cold Steve Austin, and also now the Steiner brothers have been introduced. They will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. As Cody Rhodes showing up this weekend, all indications, everything I've heard says Cody Rhodes is the person that will be fighting Seth Rollins. Now, there's been some curveballs thrown in. Shane McMahon's being brought in. People are saying Elias might be coming back, things like that. But everything that I have seen and have been told says that Cody Rhodes will be the person that gets introduced to take on Seth Rollins on Sunday. And that match is listed as Sunday. I believe maybe they changed it to Saturday here. Actually, it's on Saturday now, April 2nd. WWE keeps switching matches. So what I talk about tonight may actually switch beforehand. But Saturday, April 2nd, you're going to see, I believe, the match that will start WrestleMania is going to be Charlotte Flair against Ronda Rousey. WWE kind of cherishes 2 matches at WrestleMania. The beginning, the first match of the whole weekend, and, of course, the main event of each night. Yeah, you're right, John. It is Saturday. It is Saturday. What the Hall of Fame class, Undertaker, Steiner Brothers. Yes. And I left off Vader and I forgot about, I'm sorry about that, but Vader also being inducted. It's a good class, man. And I like it better than doing only the 3 instead of the old, 7, 8 people at a time. And then you'll get, 3 make the show and then you can watch. I like the way they're doing it. And it's going to be on the Peacock. So we'll see how much time they get. Undertaker will probably have a lot of time. I do and am very interested in seeing how they handle Scott Steiner because you're going to give him a live mic. Not sure how he'll go, but it definitely will be a damn good thing to watch, and that'll be on Peacock as soon as SmackDown ends. They're going to go right there. I don't know if he's bringing the Jackass Federation belt to the WWE, but his Jackass self will show up. You're looking at, and then Knoxville against Sami Zayn is actually an anything goes match, so I can bet a lot of the Jackass is going to be there, and you'll see some things happen, and ultimately, I think Knoxville will probably end up beating Sami Zayn somehow, some way. Vader was a badass dude. Yeah, he was one of my favorites, man. I love the big guys, man. Bam Bam Bigelow, Vader, Terry Gordy, Bruiser Brody. If you want to go back even further, the big guys, man, I love them, especially the athletic big guys. Will be the main event on Saturday. I don't know if it's just to keep the fans to not leave, but he's definitely the headliner. They know, and then maybe some people will come because again, remember the one difference with WrestleMania is it's a bigger international crowd. So they're not going to like a live Raw or SmackDown where I got to get home and put the kids to bed. A lot of these people are international already, so they're probably going to stick around because they've got a whole lot of everything else to do. But there are other shows going on around town. So that might be a strategical move by WWE to put Stone Cold on last, because I do know that let's see, there is Saturday night. I don't know. No, the GCW show is midnight Friday, so that won't interfere. So it'll be interesting to see that they may have done that strategically to put him on night. He may have something there. Scott Steiner will have a 33% chance. Cutting a good promo. Yeah. He's never been good at math, I'll tell you that much. It's awesome seeing the women use the Vader bomb. Like, yes, I love Jordan Grace. I think she's fantastic. I like when she teams up with who was it? Scott Steiner and Petey Williams at the time. She was Thick Mama Pump. Thick Mama Pump, yeah, and then you had Big Daddy Pump and all that going on there. Wee Man hiding on the ring. Yeah, I can see that. I can see Wee Man. And then I wonder if they bring out Hornswoggle and see some things there too as well. Getting back to the card, Kofi Kingston, New Day, Sheamus and Ridge Holland. It's kind of a throw-in match just to get the crowd, give them something to watch. Drew McIntyre, Happy Corbin. Damn tired of watching that match over and over on Raw. So hopefully, thank God, they'll finally fight for the last time at WrestleMania. And it is a 33 1/3 chance. You've got Dominic the Mysterios taking on Miz and Logan Paul. Very interested in this match because I want to see, they've shown some leaked, they leaked some footage on Logan Paul, working out in the ring with Hurricane Helms at the Performance Center. And look, Logan Paul, whatever you want to say about him, very athletic, and he's got the it factor for pro wrestling. So I think ultimately, I think he could probably do pretty well. I know athletically he's going to do fine, and character-wise, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. All signs to me say Logan Paul walks out on Miz at WrestleMania, and then maybe you see him come back and fight the Miz, bringing back the micro. Oh boy. The Usos going to take on Shinsuke Nakamura and Rick Boogs. Seth Rollins versus TBA again there, which I believe is 100% Cody Rhodes. I'll go 99.9% because you never know with wrestling. But I will tell you this, regardless, Cody Rhodes internally in WWE is listed for WWE Raw. Could they make a change at WrestleMania just to throw people off? But internally, he is listed to be at Raw the night after WrestleMania. So do they not bring him out at WrestleMania and then hold off and bring him out at Raw? Of course, WWE could change that. Again, get people to buy it, thinking Cody's going to be there. All of a sudden, throw Shane McMahon or Elias in there in that spot, and now you've got Raw where Cody will be in. But I definitely know Cody will be at Raw. He's listed internally as being at Raw, and we'll see what happens at the WrestleMania card. Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair. I will be very interested to see what they do there, because the steps that they took at Raw to escalate the match when Becky Lynch goes to cut Bianca Belair's ponytail, and of course Bianca Belair ends up getting the scissors and cuts Becky Lynch's hair, and so it's going to be very interesting to see what they do there, because again, this is just a basic title match. This isn't like, this is hair versus hair or something like that, which makes me believe at some point, I believe Becky Lynch keeps the title tonight or at WrestleMania, and then Bianca Belair ends up putting the ponytail on the line so you can do ponytail versus title to get another shot at the title. Maybe Becky Lynch cheats somehow, wins the match. Bianca Belair gets another shot, putting the ponytail on the line. Charlotte Flair, Ronda Rousey, which I think is now probably going to open up WrestleMania. And then, of course, Stone Cold appears on the KO show. That is your Saturday card. Cat for Life. Who did Undertaker call out? I'll have to find out on that one. But Sasha Banks out of WWE. No, she is not, because as a matter of fact, she is in the Women's Tag Team Championship on Sunday, April 3rd. She'll team with Naomi to take on Carmella and Queen Zelina. And then Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley, Natalya, Shayna Baszler. It's a 4-way match for the WWE Women's title. They should change it to hair versus championship. Maybe, again, both of them, I believe, are scheduled to be at SmackDown because they're putting both brands on SmackDown. Maybe at SmackDown they change that. But everything is, there's got to be something going on here, because it just makes no sense for Bianca to sit there and cut up Becky's hair as the face unless something more is being built up there. You're going to have Bobby Lashley versus Omos, which is very interesting to see how they do this match, because Lashley's not going to job out to Omos. The Raw Tag Team Champions, RK Bro, Riddle, and Randy Orton, they're going to take on the Street Profits and Alpha Academy. This is on Sunday. One of the things that I'm interested in with Cody coming back is I would love for him to get in a program with Randy Orton. And what better way possibly if he shows up Saturday at WrestleMania and then Sunday comes out, costs Randy Orton, and you got Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes feuding as his first feud in WWE. I know ultimately it's supposed to be Riddle and Orton feuding, but I mean, right now, I mean, they are, you're right, Ron, they are the best WWE has for entertainment as far as that goes. But ultimately, I would love to see Cody and Randy go at it a little bit with their past history. Austin Theory, Pat McAfee. I think this could end up being one of the matches that kind of under the radar with the celebrity, Pat McAfee being in it, can steal the show. Pat McAfee and Adam Cole, when they were in NXT and they feuded for the 3 or 4 matches they did, McAfee was tremendous. McAfee is a big wrestling fan. He has a wrestling ring at his studios, and he trains all the time. So he's a big wrestling fan, and he's very athletic. Of course, being in the NFL, yes, he was a punter, but he's very athletic, and he can go, and he's proven that against Adam Cole. So very interesting to see what they do with Austin Theory and Pat McAfee. How many title changes do you think it's going to be? I can almost see a reset of every title actually getting changed on this card. I just don't know that, again, I don't know what they're going to do with Ronda Rousey, because she's technically, I think, part-time, a part-timer, if you want to call her that. So I don't know that she gets the belt from Charlotte. But at this point, with the way they've been building this feud, almost Ronda has to get the last laugh and take the belt from Charlotte, or all the stuff she's been getting punked on and left laying week after week kind of takes the back burner on that. So I can see, honestly, every title being reset at WrestleMania, with the exception, of course, I believe Roman Reigns gets the unified title. Also on Sunday, you've got Edge, AJ Styles, which I think wrestling-wise and storytelling-wise in the ring, probably going to be one of the best matches on the card. And then, of course, they're going to end it all with the winner-take-all unification match. The WWE champion Brock Lesnar is going to take on the Universal champion Roman Reigns, which ultimately I think Roman Reigns ends up getting the title, just because I think the better story is going to be Brock Lesnar chasing Roman Reigns for the title, and you've built Roman Reigns up to be this god right now. And I just don't know. I'm not going to say he's going to beat him clean. I think there's going to be a lot of interference involved, possibly some we don't even know about yet. Maybe some new members to the bloodline. You got the Usos there on Saturday night. So, of course, they'll be there for Sunday. So, ultimately, I think that's going to how that's going to be down. I think Roman Reigns, cheats his way, weasels his way in, and ends up unifying the title. And then you got Brock Lesnar doing the chasing on both brands, which I think is going to make better TV for both. Because let me tell you something, those vignettes with him and Brock and all the backstage stuff kind of goes back to the old Stone Cold when he was chasing everybody in the beer trucks and the Zambonis and, the limos and all that stuff, kind of going back to the Attitude Era when you're seeing a lot of that stuff happening backstage. So I kind of like it and I enjoy it, and we'll see how it goes. I know both TV brands want a champion on each show, so that's going to be the balance that WWE is going to have to figure out with NBC Universal and Fox. They're going to have to try to figure that out, but hey, that's WWE's problem. Why don't WWE do anything with Drew McIntyre? Drew is the perfect Vince wrestler, big, can talk, has the look. I don't get it. I mean, Drew and Roman carried, and Bobby Lashley, I think those three through the whole COVID era. I think they did very well there. I think ultimately you'll see Drew get back in the title picture, but I think they were used so much during that COVID time that you don't want to get the John Cena treatment or the Roman treatment before Roman went heel. And that happens a lot with WWE. So I think ultimately, it's good for him kind of getting pushed back here. I don't like the Happy Corbin feud. I feel terrible for him on that end of it, but I think it's great to have a reset for Drew a little bit. So he's getting the TV time, but he's not getting that starlight. So you start hating Drew, and then now you start building it back up after WrestleMania. Because ultimately, I mean, look, it can't be Roman and Brock the whole year after it's been almost this half a year of Brock and Roman. So ultimately, you're going to have to start getting your Bobby and Omos is nowhere near the title picture. So I don't even know what the hell they're going to do with him after this. So hopefully, Lashley and Drew will start becoming more involved in the title picture ultimately. And then they're going to probably bring up Braun Breaker. Tommaso Ciampa, I don't think is going to be up in the heavyweight title picture, but you might see him more for the IC title and the US title, which right now WWE uses those titles as paperweights, basically. I feel bad for whoever's got to carry them from town to town, because that just means you're probably losing on TV the following week. It's going to be Reigns and Drew after Mania. I mean, it may build up to that. You think Cody will be into? No, I don't think Cody's going to be in the title picture right away. No, because look, as much as the buzz is about Cody Rhodes, Cody does not fit. And somebody said it there about Drew McIntyre. Cody does not fit what Vince McMahon sees in a heavyweight champion. Cody fits what Vince sees for an intercontinental title. Or at least back in the day, what the Intercontinental Champion was. He was a worker that could go out there, entertain, because the heavyweight champion was usually the big muscle guy that could only go out and do 5 or 6 moves, and the match would only last 5 or 10 minutes. So the IC title had to be the guy to be the workhorse and carry on the 30-minute match right before the main event would come out. Bottle rocket, up, boom, over. The fans go home happy because Hulk Hogan was doing his 5 moves of doom or whatever. I don't really watch WWE anymore. I'm an AEW guy, but it's Stone Cold Wrestling and WrestleMania. Wrestling, no. Fighting, I believe, yes. I believe he's going to come out and he's going to, throw some punches. You'll get a couple of these old Stone Cold stuff. He'll get the stunner and he'll leave. I mean, not leave, but he'll be over there. I don't know where his body is as far as wrestling match. It's not there, I don't believe. But definitely I could see him, open up a can of whoop ass on KO, especially with the way the buildup has been. You saw KO come out as Stone Cold, 2 Raws ago. So ultimately, I think, this is going to be Stone Cold getting his retribution. And again, I think they did it right. You're not going to see Stone Cold until WrestleMania. That's the way it should be done, because let Kevin Owens do the leg work. Let him get the fans wanting him to get his ass whooped, and then boom, let the glass crash, and then have Stone Cold come out, get that WrestleMania moment one more time. It's a shame what the IC title has become. It went from being the bar to see if someone was ready for the main event scene, and the workhorse title to not even being defended at Mania. Yeah, no. I mean, when you look at it, the mid-card titles, your U.S. title, your Intercontinental title, they're useless now in WWE. Damn shame. It makes sense because AEW did not put the world title on Cody. Yeah, but I think they did it wisely, because remember the first big pay-per-view, they did it to where he lost to MJF, I believe it was, to where he could never challenge, or no, the MJF, I believe, where he could never challenge for the heavyweight title. So that was written in. He was already written off of a heavyweight title match for forever. So I think you do stuff like that, you can get away with it. But in WWE, I just don't think, and again, I could be wrong. Vince has used, your Bret Hart, your Shawn Michaels, your Seth Rollins. He does use those guys as champions, but for the most part, his money's drawn on the big guy. Maybe, everybody's injured. He needs somebody to hold on to the title. Hey, Cody, here's the belt, defend it for the next, little bit, and then we're done. Ron, it was Jericho. Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you. It all draws back 2 years ago. I've taken too many chair shots. Let's see. Kevin Bear, Sean, do you think the Chris Rock Will Smith slap was fake? I don't think the slap was fake. Now, could this still be work? Because look, I don't think he can throw a fake slap. I think, Chris had to take it. take a real slap, take one for the team. Could it have been, a publicity stunt? 100%. But I don't. The slap was not fake. If you watch, there's a video out now where Chris is rehearsing something with a kid, and he's doing the fake slap and hitting the wrist and the kid's head. He wound back and he laid it in there, and was it publicity? I don't know. The fake was not. The slap wasn't a fake slap. Now, did he? You heard the microphone get hit. You heard the microphone kind of get hit as he was slapping. So did it glance off his shoulder and kind of not land on target? Yeah, 100%. Again, it's that whole blurry line. I know what I was supposed to see, but what did I see? That's when wrestling's good. That's one of the things. That's what makes it good. So it makes it good. I wonder how Dana Brooke boyfriend feels about the storyline. Oh, I would love to ask Yuli how he feels about that. But I think Reggie knows he doesn't want to take a, I think Yuli still has the fastest knockout in bare knuckles. So, I think Reggie will know the line to tiptoe. But that's a good question, man. It's a good question. But again, I think Dana, they're true professionals at that point, man. But definitely would be interesting. Maybe ultimately down the line, do you see that kind of wind into the storyline? Because look, I hate what they're doing with the 24/7 title. I loved what R-Truth was doing. It's an entertaining title, things like that. But now with the Tamina Akira Tozawa and the whole marriage thing, and then you saw R-Truth say, "Oh, I know what I got to do." Ultimately, somewhere down the line, maybe it's on the SmackDown or it's at WrestleMania, you're going to see probably some marriages happen, or of course in WWE not happen. And R-Truth will probably end up with a 24/7 championship, which would be fantastic. Not that I don't like Dana having the title, because I think Dana Brooke does deserve a push. I think Tamina deserves a push. I think, but again, I just think as the 24 champion, this is kind of drawn out now, and it's just gotten a little bit out of control. But I'm sure there's a bunch of people out there that will disagree with me, because that's what makes professional wrestling so good, because everybody can sit back and enjoy something different on everything. And everybody that joined in today, let me see here. Make sure I answered everybody that reached in. Ron, Tony, Josh, Cap, Kevin, everybody. Appreciate everybody that's been on here. Ron said, I can't stand Miz. I would have fired Miz and kept Cross. You know what's funny, Ron? And I don't know. Didn't you say you've watched more AEW now? Was that you or was that somebody else? But I watched if you haven't watched it on Peacock, they've got the new Evil series out, and you're going to see like why the Miz really probably will never, he's going to be, and again, not at the level of The Undertaker, but what I'm saying is he's going to be a lifelong WWE guy, because he'll just do what they ask, man. He'll just do what they ask. Hey, we need this. Hey, we need this. Hey, we need that. He's always there. That he won't get fired because the Miz is JP on Sports nails it. Consummate professional. And when you watch the Evil, and I learned a few things there, just some of the stuff that he went through. For 6 months, they wouldn't let him dress in the locker room. He had to get dressed with the crowd in the public bathrooms, signing autographs as he's getting dressed when he first started and stuff like that. Again, it's paying your dues. He came from reality wrestling. He paid his dues and he took it. And now you see what he is. And look, I can get everybody doesn't like the character, but you can never doubt. You talk about somebody that's got heart and passion for something. It's the Miz, man. And when you do that, you're usually pretty successful at what you're doing. And he's shown it. Now, does everybody like him and all this stuff? Probably not. But damn guy, man. He can do it. He can lay out. And he's a consummate professional. Sean, had you and O started giving boxing tickets in May in Hialeah? Please let me know. Tune in tomorrow. We'll be at Hialeah Park tomorrow. Maybe we'll find out some more information on there. We have not started giving out any of those tickets, so tune in there. Oh, now my dogs are going crazy, of course. The last two Mania, he's worked with Bad Bunny and Logan Paul and hasn't complained once. He's made the most of it. They should tell you why Miz, not only that, but it should also tell you how high WWE thinks of the Miz. The fact that they put him in with the celebrity, to wrestle with the celebrities. Because again, remember, these guys don't get a lot of wrestling time. They don't get, they work with the guys and then train a little bit, but they're not, doing this day in and day out. So you believe in the Miz enough to know that he can cover Bad Bunny. And now, Logan Paul again this year with Mysterio. Again, you got two great veteran presence there, but it's definitely can see what they believe in the Miz, the fact that they keep putting him there. Respect Miz, very loyal, never left the company. No, he never left the company, he never will. Because if you watch the Evil documentary there, you can see that he appreciates when people give him that opportunity or that respect, which he doesn't think. He still to this day, and again, a lot of this stuff is storyline driven for his character and his gimmick, and I understand all that with the Evil program, but you can see a little bit of the realism, especially when go back to the segment with Daniel Bryan on Talking Smack. Again, you start seeing those blurred lines of who's Mike and who's the Miz, and that's one of the things to where, again, Stone Cold, the character became so good because it was an extension of what Steve Austin really is. Mike, the Mizanin, Miz is just a big time extension of who he really is. He really is, probably that arrogant and cocky son of a bitch that you see on TV. And you sit there and you can see it. And that's when you start, people believe in what they think is real, which is why sometimes I think, the John Cena goody character gets pushed, push your hustle, your loyalty, your respect. The Hulk Hogan, eat, train, say your prayers, train, eat, say your prayer, vitamins, all that stuff. All that stuff is great to a point, but after a while, it's like, look, man, nobody's this goody. Roman Reigns at the time getting pushed as this goody. Started doing them. Started getting that edge, taking on that edge. And again, that's another one that if you watch the evil documentaries on WWE, you'll see that transformation. He wanted that transformation for a while. And COVID helped kind of give him that opportunity to be gone, come back, then be gone again because of his, the leukemia, his battle with leukemia. He couldn't really be at a lot of the shows at the beginning of the COVID, pandemic, because he couldn't travel. He couldn't do some things there. So he couldn't be at every show. And it allowed a new character to evolve. And it's an extension of who Roman Reigns is. Is it who Roman Reigns is in everyday life? No. Is The Miz who he is in everyday life? No. But it is that person amped up 110%, which makes it believable, which makes people invest in that character and that gimmick. That's when you get, true things with professional wrestling, which is sometimes why I think some of the more athletic guys, they ooh and ah you with moves, but you don't get as invested in the characters. So they don't really, you don't invest in them, which means you're not buying merchandise, which means they're not making the money. They get you to oohs and ahs, and in the crowd, you're chanting holy shit and stuff like that. But it's not bringing money. When you're invested in somebody, you're willing to pay money. And that's sometimes why some of the bigger guys end up with a title, because they bring in the money for Vince McMahon, whereas the ooh and ah guys are great to watch on TV and you talk about them on Twitter, but the money doesn't resonate. And unfortunately, that's why a lot of the younger guys and littler guys are not your champions in a lot of the federations. So we'll be back tonight, AEW Dynamite. We will talk about it and recap it right here on the Big O Radio Show YouTube channel. 10:05, we will go live. And until then, so long from the Sunshine State.